There we go. And I should have... Why not there? Should that work? Is that working? Docs. My docs need to be fixed. Custom browser docs. Control V. Apply. Okay, good. I'll bring that over to live chat because YouTube's stupid. Oh, goblin noises. I got my wrong fucking hearing on. Thank you very much, Isabel. Lady Isabel, yes, quite. Shave my head today. Partially because it's getting long, partially because it's warm as fuck. Not as warm as Germany, apparently, who's 15 degrees warmer than we are on a day that is intolerably warm. Haha! Fuck that. Let's make a new sword. Do I get everything up and running properly? It looks like I do. I got my voice open. Yeah, I got my voice open. Sometimes I have to turn off my mic input as I'm recording a camera flight for these things. Because, as I was saying the other day, like I've gotten to the point where, oh shit, I forgot. I gotta go to Bladesong. I'm doing it again. One moment, folks. I gotta tell people that I'm streaming. Coverage, one moment. Max fire for, yeah, we were having rain today. So. Oh. I will help you with your swords. Me again. With Niram the Mad, I gotta take out that me, so it's... There we go. Do that copy again. Go over to Osp.
Hear ye, Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker also Niram is streaming.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the... Oh, hey, Niram's streaming. Ah, sounds like it's kind of neat there. Alright. Where did the self-promo at? That's self-promo. Make a ranch. Alright, hold on a moment. We got a couple other spots to visit. We're gonna drop one off in Ludo History. I gotta go check out Ludo History streams again more. I don't know. People could see it. If they look down there, they'll see it again. They'll be like, oh, hey, it's that guy. I don't want to be that guy that self-promos somebody else's server and then, like, doesn't go to his streams. Ah! Hands. Oh, Momo putting out something fire again. Alright, do we have... I think that's everybody. Yeah, I think that's everybody. Yeah, so let's go. Let's make a swear. Nameless sword. What are all these? What is this? That is somebody's rapier from yesterday, which is actually very nice. I love this detailing on the handle. Just because something is simple doesn't mean it's not good. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. It's been a while since I've been over on his streams. It's just 1, busy, 2, warm, 3, vampire autism. There's your saber, the diary here. I'll keep that one around. What's this one? That was a sword I started and never did anything with. That's actually one thing to do there. Let's go down through these swords and see what ones I'm keeping and what ones I'm not. Oh, hello, it's a follow. I got the wrong screen on. Twitch alerts. There we go. The Holy Honker followed me. How dare you? Thank you for the follow. Stay as long as you like. What's this one here? So that one's the sword. This one's not even a sword yet, so we'll delete that one. We'll go back to the other one. Oh, I got a streak on my screen, and I don't know from what. I'm keeping my first sword, because it is my first sword, and not horrendous, actually. Yee, oh yeah. Absolutely send it along to me. My second sword is the wrong sword.
The channel points accumulate faster than I can spend them.
I can up the cost on everything. That'll help you spend them. I kid. I'm gonna leave it as it is for a bit, just so people can participate. You know, the old Kopesh. I was never good at Wrestle Room Magic. This was originally I had made a Kopesh that sucked, and then I learned about Wrestle Room Magic, came back and did this, and it still sucks. Oh, it was a funny message. No, I agree. It is indeed a larf and a harf. Koning Yatan. Yatan. You know, I disagree with Kit. I like the new tarnished silver texture a lot. Like, that's just fire. What's interesting is that it's polished tarnished silver. Someone has gone and hit it with the silver polish to get all the oxide out.
Channel point inflation is going crazy. Don't believe me? Look up Twitch inflation on Google.
Ah, that almost killed me. The Flying Scarab. Is the Flying Scarab 2 better than the Flying Scarab 1? I might need to remake that one. Colborgian Saber. I could probably do a better one of those. Bitter Winter. I can't do a better one of those. Shotel. We still don't have a good Shotel hilt, but I think I can do better. So let's actually modify this. I'm going to grab this. Now that we have hilt deforming, I can do this. Kind of wish I had a slightly better... it's not quite. If I go short a bit on this one. No, doesn't work. You go down. That's still better than it was, but it's not right. I'd have to do the same thing on top, but in reverse. Oh. Streaming isn't on Twitch. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, you said you were having difficulty getting the divots for your sword. Yeah, this one doesn't fit either. That's a shame. That's a right shame. Why doesn't that one fit at all? Hey, risers hide secrets, but does this one not match at all? It doesn't match the taper, because I've got a taper here. Give me a moment. Yeah. What taper can I match? No, I think the original was fine. Whoop. There we go. I really hope they do add a better curve match, but that's going to be when they do the patch for matching bottom parts. Flip the back sides of the cross-section display. Flip the blade sides in cross-section display. No, they didn't flip it, but now it measures both sides of the blade. So, like, actually, that's a good question. Let me find out. Easy way to check, is I got a couple of single-handed swords. They're about those warriors from Hammerfell. They've got curved swords. Nope, so it is still facing the right way, but they now measure both sides of the blade, as you can see, which is delightful. Now, Alucard the Bard. Again, hello and welcome. Thank you for the sub with Prime sub. Holy shit. Oh, so I'm still getting used to the different noises because they happen so rarely. The divots in your sword. Okay, so there is good news, bad news, and weird news of the slightly good, slightly bad kind. So it is possible. I didn't mean to forge a new blade, but that's fine. We'll start with it. I'm just gonna slap out a blank that is wide enough so you can see what's on the go. We're not gonna bother too much with everything. We'll put the cross-section in because it does matter. So, you wanted divots, change width on the side of your sword down here way. Kinda good news. Not horrendously hard to kind of get right. Make sense? So, like, you can do an even divot. Now, the moment you want this to hook, even a tiny bit, it becomes something I can't do because my hands aren't good enough. It is possible. It is easy if you're patient, but it is specifically the thing that hurts me the most. And that is, you'd have to take your sword from... Hold on a moment. Let's show you some of the things you'd have to do. You have to taper your width. Oh, no. Delete. You'd have to taper your width. Behold, point. If you don't like the point ability, you can use the tapers and they'll turn out mostly fine. Then you'd have to change width. Hup. Change thickness. Hup. Eh. Come on now. Don't be that guy. Oh, it's taper. That's why. Change width. Huh. Huh. That's width, not thickness. Ah, brain. Huh. That doesn't need to be all the way down. That needs to be up here. Alright, now here for the crazy part. This is the first step of Restorer Magic. I don't actually know who did this, but we lumped it under Restorer Magic because it felt intuitive. You can curve the blade back into itself. And then, change length. Oh. Let's change width. We'll take that down a bit, just so you can see. And, oh, wrong change width. Change thickness. And this change width. Just to see what we're dealing with. You can put those points in yourself manually. So another blend curves hurt your head. Let me take a look. Did you post up another image of it in Bladesong chat? Let's see. Oh, cheers, David. Cheers. The devs of this game are fantastic, both for setting expectations and keeping them, but, oh, it wasn't our creations. Both for setting expectations and keeping them, but also being engaged in the community, and it is a delight to be a part of that community, especially as much as I am. But yeah, that's what you'd have to do to get those little tiny hooks. This is just this little... Oh, hold on, let me add another curvature here. No matter how insignificant it is, it's these little tiny hooks that are the most effort of the thing you posted. One thing that a lot of people do fail to do with their swords is you see this flat part of the cross piece, flat part of the cross section. A lot of people just let that go all the way to the tip. If you want a good looking sword, never have that. That's a curvature. I need a cross section. And my hands are bad, and sometimes I just miss things because my brain is also bad. The camera gets stuck if you do the curvature stuff. If you add a second cross section, that's when you can get blades that actually start looking much more realistic. That is a huge piece of like very basic tech that I think everyone who's doing Bladesong should know. I could speak, I swear. Speaking of speaking, I gotta take my asthma meds. We're gonna go make a different other sword. Is there anything else that you want to know? Like, seriously, come in and ask questions. I will not shut up. I have a doctor's note, and I'm gonna talk anyway, so it might as well be something useful. Asthma medication. I gotta pick up. That was actually the last dose, and I actually need 2. I'm gonna need to do that tomorrow. Haha, fun. Thankfully, it's one of the puffers, which actually have like 60 secret doses. Manually construct the hooks if you want it to be hooked. So you'd actually want to make the whole blade first. So this whole thing you need to do like all your cross sections. You'd have to do all the like fiddly bits that you'd have on the bottom of it. And you'd also have to be fighting with that bit constantly. There is a little bit of fuckery. Oh yeah, no, anytime I fuck something up, it's like, ah, yeah, man, I'm an idiot. Sorry, man, I got a doctor's note. That diagnosis is one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me. There is a bit of a problem as you go through with this. Like, you see hook on one side. Hook on the other side, a bit difficult. Because still possible, still very, very possible. As I go across the middle line and I try to apply abilities, it's going to start doing this. It's going to try to come to the center part of the blade here. down on, let me grab the first change width. It's going to try and come down to here. So I'm going to curve this back. Oh, it'll also break your curvature. There is a formula for curvature if you want to do it that way, and it is possible to directly edit your saves, but the code doesn't really work as well as I want it to. You can't just copy and paste an ability. So yeah, let me show you like the change width. The change width is coming all the way around here. If I try to go past it, it'll wig out. And there are times when you get too close to the bottom, especially, that it becomes impossible to really work with, and you have to back out and try something different. But it is possible, especially when we have things like Timberfang. If you haven't seen Timberfang, this is one of the most iconic swords in Bladesong. Honestly, they should put it directly into the game, into campaign mode and shit. This is one of the best swords ever made in Bladesong. It is technically it's almost 3 meters long. Technically, it is... Where's my background? Oh, that was it. I need a gray background. Only about 50 centimeters actual blade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 50 centimeters actual blade. And another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll count 5. So the like blade length technically, like from the handle, 75 centimeters total. A little under a meter, and that's kind of normal for a one-handed sword. Is it the change thickness? Yeah, the change thickness shows you the center line. Which is... This is Resuru. Resuru did blade work so hard, did so much sculpting, that it became not just reasonable to hire them, but like they applied and they got hired. Yeah, they are a dev now, and they are responsible for, let's go back to this one here, they are responsible for a couple of, actually most of the new hilt parts, including my favorites, Club of Glintar, Tail of Karkek. Oh. How dare! Where's the fucking fishtail? Fishtail, my other beloved. Glintar, Karkek, and Dulta. Which you can see. If I do this, it is actually possible to tell what ones are Resuru's. If I do this and I put up the lion's head, lion's head is Resuru's. Put up the horse head. It is possible to see. I need a cube. And I need 1 tendril, and that should be fine. Oh, I need 2 cubes. Huh, huh. And a tendril. They are fantastic additions. They added so much more versatility than I think the devs expected. The Spines of Dulta are critical for my flowers. Everyone's been using Tail of Karkek as an additional spike. And Club of Glintar is also pretty nice for my flowers. It's less used than the others, but no less, like, fantastic to have. I want more asymmetrical pommels, which we will be getting. Let's grab a dot. A dot engraving, I think, is the best one. It's either going to be dot or... Yeah. My personal god. That is a great expression. There was a time when I was La Reddit militant atheist, where I would have been like, your personal... I wouldn't have known how to deal with that. So you can see a bit... Oh, it's better to do it the other way. Hold on. I need to do another one of these. And I need to do another one of these. Yeah. Better do a side shadow, I think. Oh, no. I'm stupid. I need to make these glow. Bap, 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 bap. And I need to make this obsidian. I did a dumb. Oh. Yes! I think I remember seeing your feather crossguard. It would be lovely if we had more feather pieces. And honestly, if there was a single piece... 2 single pieces I could recommend the most. It's a feather. Just a feather. We'll figure it out, don't worry. And let's use bronze, because bronze goes really dark. Yeah, a single feather. And oh, what's the other thing? A little more neutral. Yeah, I like that. That's so good. I as well am a bard. you can see my D&D homebrew setting available on GitHub, which I will talk about incessantly in a moment. Check this out though. Check out the horse first. Let's see if I can get an angle. I'm gonna have to go sideways. The horse uses quads. Oh, a little bit difficult to position. The horse uses quads, and fewer of them, or sorry, more of them, they're tighter together, they're less optimized. And when they do use tries, again, tighter together, less optimized. When you look at the ones that Resser has done, they are more optimized. I'm going to need to toggle my background. I wish that was just a drop down. That's okay, though. There we go. Resser uses tries that are more optimized, as you can see here. Like, you see how much tighter it is on the lower pommel than it is on these? Better one is probably Tail of Karkak. Ooh, Control Z. And I'll put that on the side. Grab. Or on the bottom, rather. See how much looser it is and much more crystalline? So you can tell. Not a lot of leaves either. This is correct. We could use a leaf texture. Oh, such a good addition to the game. It was, I thought it was going to be impossible for them to do it, but no, they're just like, no, we'll do this first. And it changed the game. Because, let's see, do I have an original Cal? Do I have original custom angle loops? Poor Magister did this for fucking hours. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, yeah. These all have the same image because they're made on the same hilt. This is what we had to do before we could part bend. Let's see if this is the original. Yes, this is the custom angle loops, I think. Yep. So you see this string of looping. Yeah. So I think it's 5 of these almost make a circle. And that's not good enough for Magister. That is a bent quillin. 6 of these make almost a circle, but it's not quite enough. Let me bend this out the other way so you can see. Oh. We'll leave that right where it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can see that it comes through the bottom a tiny bit. Like the next spot is right here. It's not perfect. And that's not good enough for him. So he did all of these loops. I think it's like 100 and something to get a perfect 360 degree. Yeah. Fucking insane. We're gonna back out of this. I need to make another version of the saber anyway, but I'm leaving it there for posterity. Oh. Almost back. The undo is still a little slow. Leave. He was in a thing. I thought he knew about it, but apparently not. And this is why I'm a lot more careful to be like, use these buttons when people ask questions that are tangentially related. Is it this one? No, that's a bender. One of these is gonna have it. It's gonna be past all these. Maybe not. So eventually he discovered, Euler joints, which are super easy to show as well. Also, the most useful for gnome tech. Euler joints are best shown with these. Let me actually take this off. We'll use this as a ground. Oh. Euler joints are best shown like this. So you have a thing, and you can rotate it just by pressing A and D, right? Shift A and D does small angles, and that was the real key for Euler joints. Normally, it is, I think it's 12. Are we level again? I think we're level again. Normally, it is 12 to go 180 degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is vertical, 90 degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 180, and then obviously 24 to go all the way around. Combining these, we can now have custom angles. So if I put this, normally I can't angle that at all. If I put this here, I can now angle it this way. Oh. And then, if I want a third dimension... this is actually a little bit clever. If I want a third dimension, I can just add another one this way. Technically, if I want to be in line, there should be a fourth one. Is that angled? That's angled. You little shit. There we go. Technically, this is the formally correct method. Drag this down so I can see it more. If you want to get even more useful, you can do it with cubes. Because you take these and you just shrink them until they're out of sight. And you do 1, 2. Make sure you're on the side hard point. This is a fun one. If I do this wrong, it fucks up entirely. In fact, I'm going to just yeet, 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 yeet. If you do this wrong, it will change things weirdly. Hook project, yes. Craft the 8 hooks. You poor soul. If I can recommend doing everything you can to not do that. Because it's such a tiny detail. For now, like, it's just so powerful. You'll also, you think it's beyond your skill level. No, don't. Remember, I can't use my hands very well. So everything I do has to be short. I can't put a lot of force into my clicks. Force into clicks. I can't hold my finger down when I'm clicking and moving the mouse. Check this out, though. If I do this point here, this is wrong. Because if I try to angle this, it will angle, and it'll angle correctly. But when I try to move it, I only move 3 of them. If I attach it to this hard point, I can move all 4 of them. Hard points have a hierarchy, which I think I showed yesterday. I will show again. If you have things on the side and things on the top, this hard point here is in line. This is the primary hard point. And you know what? I see that. Okay, you know what? I won't talk about hard... Oh, actually, I will finish my rant, but I'll come back to that. Because there's a trick to that. Oh. So again, we have the primary point and then secondary hard point. If I put things on this primary hard point, like, say, another cube, and another cube, and another cube, I pull this out, the top cube will fall down. I pull this out, all 3 cubes will fall down. But if I try to pull the sideways ones, the sideways will come with it. So whatever the start of a sideways chain will move everything on that sideways chain. Now, there is more that can be said, but I think what's more important is the idea of skill in Bladesong. Let's undo most of our abilities here. Oh. Hey, you can maneuver the abilities with up and down, and they do have a hierarchy, so if you need to reorder them, use control up and down. But that mostly only works for cross-sections and fullers. Fullers are super weird. Now, skill. What it takes to make a blade in Bladesong is, to begin with, fuck and all. Ooh, what the hell was that? Bits! Bits! Thank you very much. That's the 2nd time I've ever gotten bits, and that's also twice in 2 days. What is happening? I'm almost able to make a withdrawal. The bits! I'm almost able to make a single withdrawal from Twitch. Which I have to do as soon as it hits 100, because if it goes to 120, I immediately lose half of it, because government. Which I support, but also, like, I kind of wish they were a little bit more forgiving with that. It's a very narrow window. Right, skill. It is fuck all hard to make a sword in Bladesong. You slap a cross-section, you slap a second cross-section, we'll get to why in a moment. Your first cross-section, you just open it up. You bring your width down to 5. Oh, not width. Change your thickness first. Yay! Bard for life! Oh, right, I was going to talk about my D&D campaign setting, and I will. Yeah. The Tism is strong? Yeah. Yeah, and once Bladesong gets released, I might just be a Bladesong streamer and just be like, hey, you got a tabletop game you're running? I'll make the swords. I can do this for 4 hours, kind of. Some days will be a little harder. Oh. slap a point on. Pretty much just hit all the abilities once and increase them a little bit. This one goes down to 0.2. Oh, we're gonna bring that point back up a bit. This is a little wonky. And you have a sword. This is very wide. I've made this too wide. This is how wide? 7 centimeters? We're gonna bring down 5. It's easy. Press all the abilities once. Oh. All the abilities are the same type once. Side fillers will only happen if you got the cross-section a little open. Cross-section open. And I will actually bring them in a bit so you can see them. Yeah, that's honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. What I would need, though, and I would need chat to help. I would need people to ask me questions. Ooh. Yeah. That's fucking sick. We, actually, if you want to pester Wolfie a bit, we have people who make historical replicas. Yay. In fact, I'm going to grab a couple just to show you. But first, this is all it takes. Like, this is a perfectly fine longsword. Slap a sellsword on it. Slap a oval grip. Be a little fancy. Slap an oval taper. And slap a pommel on it. Personally, with a wheel. We do wheel pommel. Done. Press every ability once. Change them all a little bit. The only numbers you need to know are 0.5 here and usually 0.2 around here. Good shit. Easy to make swords. There are so many ways to get complex with it. The saber. Yeah, I can get the saber. Leave. Hey. Not putting something all the way up the blade to make them look realistic. You gave some... Yeah. Sometimes that just happens. A lot of people make that mistake too. Like a lot. Inverted tapers are fantastic. I love inverted tapers. I got one on Troublemaker right here. Because they're realistic. They happen a lot. A surprising amount, actually. They start petering off when people start getting better armor. But for a lot of history, they were common. Now, your saber is Redari, heirloom saber. This one here. And I think you'll get the museum piece comments the moment we do... I just gotta remember this. There are things that I would change to make this more museum, but not by much. Actually, you did a really good job of blending this here. Hold on, let me take a look at this. What the fuck? Oh, is it taper width? Taper thickness, narrow grind. That's what you're doing here. You still have a little tiny bump with the point ability crossing over right here. Oh, is it another point ability? It's not. What ends there? What is this? This is the curvature interfering. Must be the curvature. Must be the curvature. Curvature does weird things with the point ability, which I don't know how to fully explain. Narrow grind? Yeah, narrow grind is special. Let's get to our showpiece. Narrow grind will, like it says, grind. Which will remove edges. So in general, when you're using... Oh, I guess it's not narrow anymore, it's change width. In general, you want to change width instead of narrow grind, but narrow grind does have a purpose. When I go asymmetric, let's do change width here. Asymmetric that. When you change width, even asymmetrically, the blade will change its position symmetrically. But if you narrow grind asymmetrically, it will not. The blade will not recenter itself. And that's how you get off-center blades, which are extremely uncommon, but that's how you get, like, butcher knives, and if you need Ichigo's Chikai from Bleach, That's how you do it. Narrow grind is the way to go on that front. I kind of wish it was a bit more complex because it does two things. It doesn't move the center and it removes the edge. So if I have another change width here, let's actually make this look like something. Cross these over for added fuckery. Is that the best one for it? Or is it better just to do this one? Let's just do one. If I have, say, parrying hooks like this, double-sided, bam, and I try to narrow grind that, it will get rid of them. Right? It'll do it slowly, but it will get rid of them, especially if I one-side it. Oh. Delete. And I'm gonna take that off there. If you were to go on Bladesong for your blade tips review submissions, yeah, absolutely willing to do that. And probably, honestly, my best way out of poverty. I'm in super poverty right now. I am in ultra poverty. For my country, it is possible, but difficult to get lower. Quite possible to get lower. Honestly, it's difficult to get as high as I am from as low as I am, if that makes sense. Getting any sort of disability benefit is not really a thing without external assistance. If there's ever a life lesson I can share, other than risers hide mistakes, it is that never touch the government without gloves. Never try. Whoa, another follow! Thank you, non-pinery. Non-pinery? Non-pinery? Non-piner, that's pie. Non-pinery. I got that. I had been wondering about that for days, and I just got it. God damn it. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, that could get me out of poverty. Never touch the government without gloves, though. Never. Hey, another follow. Never try to do that. Get an advocate, find an advocacy agency, get a lawyer, something. If you can't afford a lawyer, you're going to have to go through an advocacy agencies. Those people will get mad and frustrated on your behalf. And there's a great chance that they will solve your problem. Provided they stick around long enough. Fucking, when I was first homeless, I was like 3 months homeless. 3 months? Yeah, 3 months homeless. I was just in the crack house, and I was going down to a place called Choices for Youth, downtown St. John's. For the record, if you ever need to change a color based on a color you already have, like say you accidentally click off in the background to get rid of it, control click now is an eyedropper effect. Without gloves, never run from taxes, never touch America's boats. Don't touch the boats. God, I love that series. Habitual line crosser. One of those guys who's like, you can tell he's not on the same side of the political spectrum, but he's not bad. I would listen to him more than I would a lot of people who vote the same way I do. But, I wouldn't vote for the same people he votes for. Taxes are a nightmare for me because if I make over $120 in a month, and I don't claim that, I can lose all of my benefits. If I claim the $120 in a month, I lose half of it. If I claim $119 in a month, I don't. I make $12,000 a year for disability, for welfare. Rent is $600. Yeah, fucking so Al Capone, I think one of the things that happened there is that they needed something to get him on. They're like, okay, can we check his tax records? And because he was so used to cheating, he didn't think someone would check that type of cheating. They thought that he was going to go for the higher crimes. Which is why you can never film yourself committing a crime on the internet ever, because if you do something that's not technically wrong, they'll get you on the thing that technically was. Oh yeah, no, Habitual Line Crosser is great. I don't watch shorts anymore, so I don't see his content. I have a... Let's put the polish on this blade. I have a app that stops shorts from showing up in my feed at all. That is another thing, especially Alucard, if you're going to be doing designing with engraving, as I saw on the claves, shift click is your friend. because you will get things of the same size. 10-minute videos now? Good. You will get things of the same size that you can copy-paste with shift-clicking. If you need to pick up something that you've already made, you can shift-click. Do not depend on the order of engravings, ever. Family friend went back to town without paying taxes for years, working minimum wage for the rest of her life. That fucking sucks. Like, there's got to be better payment plans there. Yes, it is. And now that they've optimized engraving slightly, oh man. Can I finally open... Might not even be engravings, it might just be parts. Can I open... Axis for symmetry? Yeah. That is a problem. Some of the most requested features are a grid, little tiny hooks and blade protrusions, which are the same thing. What was another one? Chirality, flipping objects, same thing. Let's see, hold on, let's see if I can get Kev's sword. Supposedly, it takes minutes now. RTL, I think it was. RTL. Joker doesn't fuck with the IRS? Yeah. Why RTL only giving me one result? Maybe it's in Hall of Fame under duality, I think, right? Not my favorite sword design, but Kevin puts... Why is that? Okay, Discord being broken the past couple days. Kevin put so much work into his engravings. So normally this will take 15 minutes to load. 15, 20 minutes. Supposedly it only takes seconds now. We'll see. It is a great and mighty sword. Oh wow, Jesus, yeah, that was only like a minute. That's still a little slow rotating. But I can load it. God damn. I would have been able to finish my time submission. Judgment. The Tower. Scorpius. Artistic theming needs a little bit of work. Oh, these got moved slightly. I don't want to move. This is guaranteed like 6. Watch. Oh. Yeah, that's at least 6 engravings. Yay! Kakalaka gang! Fuck yes! Ah! So you know what did you know what an Kakalaka was before you came in the Bladesong server? Because if you did, good. Fucking good. Ikakalaka are the most underrated sword design. They are one of my favorites. Huh. And they have become a theme of my swords. There's the 3-tongued serpent. Good. Good. African swords are so underrated. It is insane how little they show up in media, considering how cool they are. Like, right off the bat. We've seen the Shoto show up in, like, Dark Souls, kind of. There are a couple of anachronistic things, and we're not entirely sure exactly how they were used, but depictions are mixed. Depictions of Shotel are extremely rare, because the Garude, also of Ethiopia, was much more common, and that used German blades. And they go the other way. Yes, good. Yeah, it is, it's like 1800, late 1800s, early 1900s. And, no, sorry. Late 1700s, early 1800s. Appears to be when they show up. And that's when Germany was just pumping out blades. Shotel is one of those ones that's underrated, but at least people know about it. Ikakalaka is where Japan wanted to make a fantasy sword, so they accidentally reinvented a African sword, which happens so fucking frequently. It is wild. What other ones? Salampusu, which are ridiculously thick. Like, I've held one where this was almost a centimeter thick. Maybe even more than a centimeter thick on that one. Just wild ox tongue design, right? Fucking, what other ones do I have here? Nimsha are underrated as sabers. Big, broad blades. frequently still ones from the mainland, from Europe. What else do I have that's African that I've made? North American blades. No one talks about North American blades. It's Klingon. Still back on the topic of Africa. Lot from the Middle East in here. Do I not have more from Africa? I should have more from Africa. Some of their sabers do end up looking very similar to the ones that we have elsewhere in the world. I have a lot of Ikakalaka. Like a lot of Ikakalaka. Yeah. They're often great swords, and I think part of that is because of Soul Edge. And later Soul Calibur. Do I really not have more from Africa? We're gonna have to do some more African weapons, I think. This dagger here, for the record, sneaky. Tonfa are good. Naginata, I have a Naginata here. Naginata are never used because they're overpowered. Simple answer, overpowered as fuck. Also seen as feminine in Japan, because of historical reasons. Normally the hilt is longer, but I have a Naginata here. Blue Eye Samurai. I need to watch Blue Eye Samurai. I've seen clips and it looks fantastic. They lean into breaking gender dichotomies like really hard, and it's very good. How do I do the wavy effect? Okay. There are better ways now to do a hamon, and they will be fixed to be better in the future. The answer to that question is cross sections. One at a time, taking a cross section and blending it. In fact, I think I over-blended it. Yeah. So this is the blend from this side, and this is the blend from this side. And it's just that. Over and over. There are better ways now. Under the Vigil, yay. So, not good for stakes, but not bad if they're long enough on the front. So, Tonfa stick sideways down the arm. One moment, let me do this properly. We're gonna do a little bit of a sneaky. Actually, we'll start normal. Presumed women's, but yes. Well, it turns out that weapons are good and efficient, and when you have people who are charging at you with spears, the biggest thing that you have on your side is leverage. Leverage is your main. I'm gonna use an oval grip. The biggest thing you have going on is leverage. So, women start being able to fight roughly similarly to men in terms of strength as soon as they get leverage that they can manipulate. They never quite match up, but oh god, yeah. I agender myself and I still trip on things. But when it comes to actual like physical ability, there is the very, very sad reality that testosterone's a hell of a drug. But there's the very cool reality that women have won fencing competitions, sword and buckler in particular, against men in opens, like international opens. And that is because as soon as you start getting leverage, as soon as you start getting leverage, you start being able to win. So when it comes to a sword, cross-section, just to have a sword for a moment. When it comes to a sword, or really anything at all, the further away from this part of the blade you go, the easier it is to push yourself, or to get pushed. This is the weak, this is the strong. This is for me, and blocking, this is for you. Yeah, where everything's gendered in the language. Yeah, I've heard people complain, counter-complain about that. Only for someone in their own language to counter-complain and be like, no, it fucking sucks. I get it. I understand because, again, agender. I do not perceive the compulsive qualia that is gender. Let me come out right now and say trans rights are human rights. God damn it. So there's a lot of things that I've said in the past that were not gender solidarity. That were, why does this matter? Isn't this just overblowing a very simple issue? Because it wasn't one that I perceived. Now, Tonfa, Tsunkwa, as I believe they're called in their native language, Okinawan, before it was, back when it was the Ryukyu Kingdom, before it was colonized by Japan. Annexed, really. This goes down your forearm, and as that, it is fantastic. In Spanish, yeah. Oh man, I'll rant about heritage as well. First off, tonfa. This goes down your arm. If you try to flip this around and you have your hand grabbing on here, can I just wait for this? This is gonna be jank as fuck. Cube. Damn right. And we're going to grab who? We're gonna grab you. Squish. And cube again. Actually, cube. Band Quillins. Hand. If you're trying to hold the tonfa like this, you don't have leverage coming down this side of the blade. This is weak. People will push you around. You don't have a thumb on this side of your hand. And even when you do, you still don't have a lot of leverage. That's a lot of sideways torque, which your thumb isn't built for. Your hand is very much built for... I put them all on the primary hard points. Can I... Oh, I can do this. Your hand is more built for this. Give me a moment. Your hand is more built for this. This is what your hand is great for. Constantly stopping from going, but yeah. It will happen. This is where your hand is the strongest. This is where your hand anchors the most. Technically because it's better at the reverse grip, despite being the foregrip. It's made for throwing things, which needs an anchor point behind the balance point. So you take this here, you can throw it. Normally you'd be throwing it like a spear the other direction. So if I... we're better for spears. Now, I go... Oh, did I fuck up? I may have fucked up. No, it's this side. Somehow I fucked up. Because it's in the primary. Ah, no. I can't unfuck this. Oh, I can if I do this. Huh. There. That's the one. Okay. If you have your tonfa the other way, Control Z, grab, rotate. Come on. Let's do a little sneaky here. We're gonna do... How do I do this best? Oh, it's on the secondary, is it? We're on the secondary. I need to grab the primary or the secondary. Huh? It's you. You need to be grabbed. If I grab the tonfa the other way... Ah, right. I gotta do... You. You. Get this out of my way. You. And you. And then... You. Just had it. I just had it. It's this one. Huh? There we go. Better, because your leverage is against your arm, but you have less reach. Vampire Hunter. He never wanted to get into melee with vampires. Fought things that weren't vampires with a non-lethal defense was good. Good. Keeps the tips relatively sharp. Ah, good. That makes sense. So more as a nightstick. Which makes sense. You gotta improvise your weapons. Again, under the parenting. Fucking Marcus coming in with the fucking spiked vest. Oh! Right. Now, what was something else someone asked about a moment ago? We're talking about leverage, talking about tonfa. What was he? Yeah, you said another one. Tonfa, Naginata. Yeah, so we did get those. We got both of those covered. I have a few swords of my own. Yeah! Keep yourself versatile is a big thing. The Dansui Shinese in my setting are known for that. Do I have anything Dansui Shinese? I think I just have the one saber, and it's not great. Makikawiki, the many that breaks. Timberfang, not mine. I don't have many pictures. If you see a lot of the things that don't have pictures, most of them are not mine. Like this Hanwei, I believe is... I think this might even be... this is Lightrex, who is a YouTuber who does sword comparisons and does statistics really well. This is 1-to-1 for one of the Hanwei Viking swords. Horse Saber, Manaharamu, which is dead. Rip Manaharamu. Dinosaur Hunter, which I need to fix my Dinosaur Hunter because this is way too thin. This is 0.5 down to... Oh no, I got that fixed. It's that much. I want to make it slightly wider. Let's get a better environment. This is my Dinosaur Hunter, which has much the same thing. It's if you need to go up against a dinosaur, take this. I want this to be ever so slightly wider, because currently it's at 4 centimeters, and that is thinner than my bastard. I want this to be maybe 6. This is before handle sizes. That should be fine, actually. 5 is fine. 5 might even be too much. I think that's better. Huh! Crush you with balls fall off disease. Yes. Give me a sippy. Got a couple of wizard swords, too. Once you cross over from it being a sword to it being a wand, it doesn't matter what it looks like. I mentioned earlier, North American. So before the Europeans came, this is not long enough. I would have to remake this piece. Before the Europeans came over, the Tlingit, as well as several Great Lakes regions, and one of the guys down at the very tip of Chile, one of their civilizations, had copper cold working. Hey-oh! Oh, you're doing a new idea. Definitely show me later. Or show you can even show me in stream, but... Oh, quick question. Overly massive greatswords. Okay. So... Stormlight Archives. I need to read the Stormlight Archives. There is much that can be said. Let's open up another sword. Let's actually delete the last one, I think.
I am an accountant. Do you know how much I hate mankind?
I do fucking love that series. Was this the one? This is the Tonfa. So let's turn this into a greatsword and talk about greatswords as I do it. Thickness, we're going to bring it down to 0.7 for a greatsword, is pretty good. 0.8 would be maybe a bit too much. 0.75 is fine. We're in the realm of millimeters now, right? We're going to... Why do I have a blend here? That's my cross-section. We are going to delete that cross-section for now. We're going to delete the point for now. Change thickness. We're going to change width. I'm going to make it a single profile. So we're not going to have a ricasso. We're going to bring it out to about 5 centimeters. That should be good. Hold on. Let me take a look at my bastard. Bastard sword out. Where's my ruler? Like, I don't know where my calipers are. That is 1, 2, 4.3. So yeah, 5 is probably fine for a single profile greatsword. Like the Ravenna, we're going to change our length. We're going to make our blade a little over a meter long. Not by much. 110? 110, good. That was fine. Because we're going to put a tip on it. You'll notice actually, like, many swords just have a blade of a meter. 80 centimeters as a sword length overall is the most common for one-handed. But for the later period swords, a meter is super common, including on greatswords, longswords, and rapiers. Yeah, I know. We're getting there. Width. 5. So, when it comes to greatswords, what people don't realize is that their bigness isn't the reason for their existing. Point. We're going to do a bit more of a broad point. Not that broad. And cross-section. Their reason for existing is about how they occupy space. We'll do... Oh, we're going to make it wider, actually. If it's going to be like the Ravenna, I'm going to make it much wider. Bring it out to 6, I guess? Yeah, 6. Ideally, if you could have a blade that was, in fact, 110 width, if you had a blade that was this and could cut, it would be better. Kind of. There's a lot of nuance there. 102, 110, come on. I think shift works on abilities now as well. No, not very much. 109, damn. close enough. Cross-section again. We're going to put that cross-section halfway up. The way the handling on blades like this work is that you have more leverage because of how long your sword is. Not how long your sword is. How long your handle is matters more. There's an inverse taper. Oval inverse. Fuck off. Wait, what did that just... Oh, that hard point. Oval inverse. Oval. We'll put a ferrule in the middle of that. We'll put a narrow taper on the bottom. Oh, that one doesn't fit. There we go. And ferrules and risers. Riser. Strong riser here. Strong riser here. Strong riser here. Ferrules down here. They're not about how thick they are, how big they are. It's about how long they are and how much threat they make along that distance. I need to put a taper width to make the Ravenna. Not quite the Ravenna, but you get what I'm going at. I'm going to blend this out a little bit in a slightly weird way. There we go. The impact that a greatsword has on a bind is very minimal. I can deflect and parry greatswords all day with a dagger. Not well, because it has a longer reach. But when it comes to a strike that I can hit, I can block it. Bodyguards having crowd control. Exactly. Crowd control is the name of the game. Ferrules work. Yeah, risers hide mistakes. Anytime you have something that doesn't quite match up, like if I want to turn this into a hex, risers hide mistakes. Where's that hex gone? Right here? The hex is the only one I can recognize by sight. If I just sink this just a tiny bit. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It looks fine. Problem solved. Ferrules, obviously, are phenomenal. There's a trick you can do with ferrules, which is that because they have their hard point in the middle, their mount point, you can make them float. And this is the easiest way to make halos. Not the best way, as Ethel showed very recently, and it's a... Your submission, Ethel, should have done better in that competition. I loved that. Hello, local Serb. Welcome back. Let's do a fucking pommel here. There we go. Great swords, like I was saying, yeah, they're about crowd control. So when you have oversized great swords, whether that is in thickness, not thickness, whether that is in width. Why is my width not coming up? Is it because of the cross-section? It might be because of the cross-section. No, there's my width. If you have oversized greatswords, all you're doing is adding metal, but not more threat. This will help you in the bind, kind of, but it's not going to help you move in the bind, just because your pivot points are the same. One of the things that we teach people in class, let's bring it back down to 5.5. One of the things we teach people in my Hime class is to reverse your power chain. Anyone within that length of threat, yeah, even they're offside or behind. Some of these are also very good for narrow spaces. No, Ethel is actually here. Ah. See, I caught it that time. What was it? Yeah, a lot of writers don't understand what they are. Also very good for narrow spaces, despite being greatswords. It's a whole weird thing. Because they dominate the entire narrow space. Let's put like a little tiny Parirahaken on it. That's not historical for this type of sword, but we'll do it anyway. If it's thicker, you'll have more impact on strike, but it's not going to change the bind, and it's not going to change your ability to strike. So at that point, just use less metal. Let's actually take this one off again. Blend type 5? Yay. We'll make this narrow to here. Actually, I kind of do want the more Portuguese. There we go. And widen it again. There we go. Narrow long space reach might be even better. Yeah, the problem is they're leverage. They run out of leverage pretty quick. So if you half sword against them, or if you've got a spear, you can start doing work if you've got the space. Using them is a skilled action. If you have swords that are too long, you start losing that leverage even more. For the record, the Bladesong max is 3 meters, which is, what is that in feet? 9, almost 10 feet? Yeah, almost 10 feet. Most swords, this one actually should be a little bit longer than that. It should be 120. Because we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 140 total. We can be longer. We can be longer than the blade here. Actually, we can be longer than the grip as well. I'm gonna add half a grip. That's an additional 10, I believe. Additional 5. We're at 48. That's looking about proper. Actually, I'm just gonna double this fully. Huh. And then that's plus 5? Plus 10. Plus 10. So that's 151 currently? A little bit more than that. 156. And that's not quite long enough, so we can actually make the blade quite a bit longer, which is why my taper's not working out. Change length. Huh. We'll bring that blade up to... We were at 120, 150, 170. 150 is a very long blade. That's starting to look more like the Ravenna. Yeah. If you're doing the Dragon Slayer, it's a metal club. At that point, why have an edge? Why have a second edge? Why have a point? You're not thrusting with that point. Yeah, I love that Portugal is the thing where that is. In fact, it's actually kind of weird. Germany is the one that has the curved Fire Haken. Everyone else likes these straight ones. Parrying hooks. Which are about presenting a forward protrusion. Alright, yeah. So, you can absolutely have a longer sword. Just understand that you'll get parried more. And it doesn't matter how strong you are, because you're losing leverage. Everyone is gaining mechanical advantage faster than you're gaining reach. When it comes to thick ones, you're getting that impact, sure, like you're not getting diverted. You're not getting parried offside, but you are getting stopped. Kind of. And at that point, if you're that strong, just add a little bit more length. Balance it out. Yay. Which makes sense. Dark Souls and Elden Ring have not... Their mechanics of combat do not reflect real combat. But the sub-mechanics, the philosophy behind those mechanics do. Distance, measure, timing. Well, yeah, distance and measure. Measure is timing. In that respect, it's fantastic. Once you get used to the 1 second lag, which took me a while. I'm so used to, I swing sword, the sword has been swung. Not, I click the button, the sword has been swung. This needs to be bigger. Let's actually do a better grip on this. Huh. Oh. So that's my opinion on the Dark Souls swords, on Berserk swords, is that I get it, aesthetically, but they don't speak the true language of swords. There is a drill that I do with my students. Let's actually do... Oh, you know what? I'm going to do something a little funky with this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this one, shrink it a little, sink it a little. Oh, that's not going to work that way. I have to sink this one a little. Large. There we go. Sink that a little. Take this one, put it underneath. Sink that one a little. Shrink that one a little. I'm actually going to shrink it more. I'm going to shrink this one even more. Down to the collar. Oh. That's not bad. Helsing, my beloved. Yeah, let's see. Include them in your fantasy. It depends. It depends. So normally I forgo them. Normally. There are exceptions. Good Samaritan. Yeah. Oh yeah, the gun. I do love that gun. There are times when you want a sword that is for a specific range. So if you're a strong person in a narrow hallway, There is a sword called the Dadao, which I will make. We just made a great sword. I'll make a Dadao now. Chinese sword, very late period. There's been a few versions of it throughout history, but the World War I think is my favorite one by far. We're just going to pop on the grip real fast. Oh. We'll put a ring pommel, make it nice and wide. Not quite their ring pommel, but it'll do. We'll put on a flat block, and we'll put on quillins. Actually, we'll put on the... No, we'll put on round quillins. We need more quillins like this, by the way. One goes this way, a little bit thicker. And one goes the other way. Yeah, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. The Dadao is the shortest greatsword that I can think of. It is not very long at all. We're talking like maybe 60 centimeter blade. But it is wide. It varies quite a bit in width, and it usually has a bit of an inverse taper. It is curved. Not very much. It is slightly curved. And it is asymmetric when it comes to its cross-section. It is not this thick. I'll drag this out a little bit. Not this thick at all. It is down to about 0.4, I believe. That is asymmetric. That's why that's happening. Oh, paper thin. Can't do that. It's forbidden. Down to about 0.4. These were rolled. I don't believe they were stamped. We need to do a little bit more work on the tip. Asymmetrical tips are a little bit... Put another curvature on the tip itself just to get it in place. They weren't made for thrusting at all. Composite curve. And single-sided point. Huh. And then we're going to do... sometimes they would just narrow off entirely. A little less. But we're not going to do the narrow off entirely. I'm going to change width, other side asymmetric, and blend. And these are great. 5 to 8 pounds is like, no, God, no. God, no. 5 to 8 pounds is like the upper limit of what we see great swords as. Not counting bearing swords. Bearing swords are weird. I need to put another point on this side. We're going to... That's not quite right. That's looking more like a falchion than it is a Dadao. Let's actually take the point off this side. Taper width, change width. That's looking okay. I think it's a bit higher up this happens. Let me look up a reference. Hold on. Dadao. It's flat. So it's there. And oh, what's that angle roughly? That's a 90. So I have to do something a little fucky here. This is like, again, this is a 60 centimeter greatsword. It's made for trench warfare. So you have the full power of... Oh, it's actually usually a bit longer as well. Oh, you have the full power, full leverage of a greatsword in... yeah, we'll get to that. In such a small package. We're going to taper width, and we're going to go out. We're going to have to change that thickness even more. Change width here. And out a bit. This is a 90, I think. Was it a 90 in the image? Might need to be more. They're broad-ass blades. Not quite that. Oh, I know. I'm thinking they're 90. They're 90 because the curve is so much more severe for the last bit, and that's changing. That should be narrowed. There. That comes out like this to here, and then we need to change width. Other side. Blend. Yeah. So this is where you have a thick greatsword, where you have like way more metal than you need for the space. because it's about keeping... Let's bring this up to here. How do I blend this out properly? I think this one goes... This one actually might just go all the way down. Not quite. I think this one's just supposed to be thinner on this side in general. Am I getting that right? The curve should be a bit more on... It's a curve, not... There you go. Curve should be a little bit more there. Get the striking face. And yes, we almost got it. That shouldn't be curving in like that. So I'm going to need to... Oh, wrong one. That's why. Oh, that should be curving like that. We gotta do a little bit of jiggery around here. Yeah, thick. Now where were we? Great swords, big. Trench warfare works. Sometimes it doesn't really work, and I won't include them mostly in my stories because it doesn't speak the true language. I like working my arms much the next fourth state of matter gender. Waving around 8 pounds rip off my arms. It's not just that. Like, there are people who are strong enough. That's not working. What's happening up here? I need to bring this back a bit. No, I've changed the width too much on this ability. There we go. I'll call that good. Change width on this side. Yeah, there's, it's less about the weight. Because I can one-hand a greatsword. It's slow, but it doesn't matter. Blend this side. There we go. It doesn't matter as much that it's slower. It has so much reach. It's that you have no leverage. No presence in the blade. Yeah, reason for extra metal. This as a greatsword in a trench is phenomenal. That's what I was talking about. And again, please keep me on topic. I will forget. Because you can parry bayonets easier with this than you can with the bayonets. And then you have more threat than the bayonet does. Once you're past the point of a bayonet, they usually don't pose that much threat. Some of them have edges, but not all of them. Not even most of them. So when this came along, this was the Chinese army's go-to. Slap out a bunch of swords, just roll the steel, they don't need to be good, we just need to have a lot of them, and they worked. This is where a lot of extra metal can matter, because when you hit them, you now have essentially a T-shaped...
Water, you thirsty bitch.
Yeah, give me a minute. You have a T-shaped cross-section. Let me actually gnome tech for a second here. Huh. We'll get the water in a second. Thinking about how a sword actually works, you have a T-shaped cross-section that makes this part of the sword functionally into a pick. And when you think about the impact forces, this matters in this range because you have the leverage for it. But as soon as you don't have the leverage for it, as soon as you start getting out here, that impact, sure, you have impulse, you're harder to slow down, but you're gonna be slowed down. You're not gonna get into the flesh.
Please drink some water, you...
Yeah. 2 drinks. Goblin noises. 1 moment. One. Well. 2. Excuse me. Let's take a look at what Ethel just sent us. There are times. And then when you have, like, giants, you have people who are super strong, or dwarves or something, you can start putting more metal into your blade. Just, please, if you are that person, get some fencing lessons. There is nothing I can say that will teach you more than fencing lessons. Particularly HEMA, particularly German, particularly bindwork, German bindwork. Oh, it's taking a while to load. That's RTL. Did I not copy it properly? I was like, Ethel, this looks an awful lot like her. RTL's only... Oh, RTL's 2 meters long. Oh, because it comes down there. RTL's only 1 meter long. What the fuck? That's too much metal in the blade. I see. There's a bit of a vision. You're making a Qatar. You're making a giant Qatar, aren't you? Is it giant? No, it's just good. Qatar still have that torquing problem that the the tonfa does, but it has, usually they have a double thing. What the fuck do you got going on here? Wait, no, what the fuck is this? It's the sail. You're making the sail. I see what you're doing here. Oh, it's a shield. Oh. Well, it's looking very close to a Qatar, where you can put your hand on the grip there. Shield makes sense. It's a little, is it small? We only got 70 centimeters so far. 70 centimeters is not bad. That's a little small in the Viking rounds. Is that total blade length? Hold on, wait. I'm gonna do something to your thing for a second. Temperature. Blade length 70. Still 70. Okay, good. Had to make sure. Yeah, it's a little small, but it's good. Reaction a couple seconds later. Yeah. Well, it's reaction in chat is like a minute. Reaction in on screen should be about the same time that I see it. So when you see yourself pop up on screen, that's when I see, like, right around the time I've seen your message. So that is the whole delay thing. Isabel has the worst one for it. Sometimes her internet goes like, what was it? Almost a minute once? It was wild. It was at least 30 seconds. Now, right. Going back to a different rant entirely. I need to open up my Pinterest. Pinterest. No, it's not the correct field. Pinterest. Pinterest is a generally garbage site with mostly AI slop. It is mostly plagiarism. And, ooh, add to board. Save. And in general, I wouldn't recommend anyone use it for much of anything ever. However, it is one of the best sources for melee weapons, museum artifacts, antiques, ever. Google doesn't even come fucking close. Like, not even a little close. What's a good African... Like, I've got Ikakalaka for days. I've got Ikakalaka for fucking ever. That one is Indonesian. I don't know what that's in there. Shotel, I've already got a Shotel. I could do another Shotel. But I've got a Salampusu. I don't want to do a Nimcha. I don't want to do any of the Mangbitu. I could do a Flissa. Or I could do a Fon. Or a Mambele. I don't think I have a Mambele. Do I have a Mambele? I think I have a bright green Mambele somewhere. Yeah, I've got a bright green Mambele somewhere. Let's do an Ngulu. Let's do an Ngulu. That'll be a challenge thing. Where's OBS gone? Suba! Flissers are so beautiful. Yeah. Let's see. Takoba. Takoba are... I like Takoba far more than I thought I would. When I finally got to hold one, I was just like, oh, I like this. How do you get wood, the wood in this game? Oh, in creative mode? Or campaign mode? Let me show you. So, there are two ways. Let's go escape. How to get wood, main menu. Continue. One of them is that when you do your quests, when you do your forge, down here, you'll get rewards. And among them, keep your eye out for the mystery and keep your eye out for gold. Among them, you can get wood. Yes, good, cashews. The other place that you get it is, leave, the scrap peddler. You have to go, at the end of the day, you'll have an event to walk around, look at the gate, look at the camp, and you have the chance to look at, oh, what's the name of this place again? The Lost City. You have the option to go visit the Lost City. And that's where you find the scrap peddler, and he will sell you both wood, and he'll sell you tools and pieces of scrap wood that will give you more wood per dollar, but it takes 1 energy to get. This is where you get wood in the main game. Also leather. This guy is your best friend. We have to tell people he's not contagious. Which, he probably isn't. And even if he is, leprosy is not nearly as contagious as people thought it was. So I'm going to go exit to main menu, back to creative mode. Takoba. Yeah, Takoba are simple. But they do feel so much better than you expect. They're closer to the earlier migration swords than you normally would think. They're so far weighted forward. But they hold your hand so nice. Because once again, Africa knows what to do. Oh, I forgot to do a couple things. Very important. When you make your swords, take images, take one screenshot, make sure the last screenshot, whatever screenshot you're taking, is of the sword from the top down, so you can see what it is you're looking at. Because if you have like a series of things in your library that are just, hold on a second, screenshot. If you have a series that are just tips of swords, you're not going to know what sword is what, even by name. You're going to be like, oh, okay, what the fuck was a greatsword? You know, like, hold on, is it the second blue Vajra or the first? Can't tell unless you have the full top down. Hefty guard. Yeah. And they are, but they feel great. I like them far more than I thought they would. I thought I was going to be a big Cascara fan. No, I am thinking Cascara. I haven't got the whole Takoba yet. Takoba are nice. That's RTL. I'm actually going to delete RTL. Give me a moment. Delete RTL. Yeah, no. I clicked it again. We're stuck. We're in purgatory. Yeah. Cascara. Cascara are more than I thought they'd be. They're very simple. Takoba are more triangular, and I haven't got a chance to hold one yet. Leave. Destroyer of frames. Yeah, it used to be a 20-minute load time, so they have improved that drastically. Let's try that again. Delete. Oh, was this one? This is a greatsword? This is the Dadao. We're going to... just a simple Dadao. I'm going to name it. Got caps lock on. Dadao. Screenshot. Screenshot. Let's actually get the white background so I can see it. Not that white. No, that's good enough. Screenshot. Back. Why are there sounds coming from behind me? It's my fridge. Back. Back. Urtia, Destroyer frames. I gotta do a couple more screenshots before we continue on making swords. Still, feel free to ask questions. Takoba, Cascara, African weapons underrated. There was something else. There was a lot of things we were going to talk about. I will lose track. What the hell is track? Track is a sport, not something I can do. One, I'm disabled. Two, I've got ADHD. Haha. Real bad. Great sword. If anyone ever asks me, like, does that count as a great sword? Does it count as a Vihander? I will fight them. RTL Ender of beta tests. Yeah, I remember. Froze your game. That happened to me too, actually. That's the reason I had to close this window down. I tried to load RTL by accident, and it just froze out. Oh, this is the simple Okashot 14? I think it's XIV. Hold on. I need to be sure. I need to know. Weapon typology is a nightmare, but it's my nightmare. Okashot XIV. Yeah, type 14. A little too... No, it's fine. There's plenty of 14s that are narrow in the center. We're good. OBS back open. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. Track is a music thing. Ah, yeah. Oh, I am a musician, but I have the sense of rhythm of an epileptic badger, but I have a gift for words. Too much of a gift for words. It's a problem. Yes, absolutely send me your feedback as I slowly populate this. This is a delete. Hit me with those magic words, which is one of the best little things. I play tin whistle, accordion, and keyboard poorly. Poorly on the keyboard. I play tin whistle quite a bit better, and anyone who's been on my streams long enough... I just clicked Cascore, did I? No. What's this one? Anyone who's been on my streams long enough has heard me occasionally just pick up the tin whistle and go... I try to make it a no-zero day thing, so I've been playing almost every day for the past 3 years. How did you do when you saw it the first time? What, the tin whistles? Yay. It's a good way. It's a great instrument, and here, like many music programs around North America, possibly Europe, we're taught the recorder in school. But because there's so much Irish heritage here, I really do think the tin whistle would be...
Got him!
Well, what was I gotten on? I missed it. Huh? Ha. I see. I see. Oh, you did say tin whistle, though. Oh, goddammit, it didn't copy again. Windows does this. It did it in Windows 10, it's doing it now. Sorry, it did in Windows Vista, it's doing it now. Copy. We'll delete that last one. Copy again, because I'm paranoid. Huh. Huh. We're just gonna open a new one. Huh. Hey! So, good. Couple things to go through. These parrier hacken up front aren't going to help. What these parrying lugs do is when a spear is coming at you, they present a cone around your hand and body that pushes it away. And of course, the closer it is to the person, the easier it is to make that cone steep. The problem is that when it's farther away from your hand, you lose leverage. So you want it to be close to the balance point. Let's actually take a look at your balance point here, which is... You got your balance down real far. Why is that? Oh, that's why. You got it too thin. And one-sided, I notice. No one looks at the back of the sword. We're not gonna bother with that. A little realistic? Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll change the thickness back up to 0.5. Maybe even 0.6. 0.5. There we go. I'm going to take... Okay, good. You actually already have the cross-section off this. I see. It's because you had the... This is an interesting tech, by the way. You notice the lion head is sunk. Until I click on it. I'm going to take the fuller out of the bottom part. Because we don't actually need it. Fuller. It'll make it easier to place this. You can always put it back in, but... if you ever want just like a floating object, you can. One moment. We're just going to put a tiny change thickness. A cheeky tiny change thickness down here. Do what's called a floating stud. Which some people have used for effects on their swords. Where you just... Yep. Oh, I probably should grab the medallion first. Medallion. Back to blade. Change thickness. Yep. Back to this. Grab the medallion. Pop. Floating stud tech is underused. And it will stay there. Which I discovered by accident, but the devs have known about since the first playtest. Give you a color combo? Oh, that's a good one. Someone had pink earlier. Fucking do a combo of copper and blue, or brown and blue, with accents of... Ooh, what's a good accent color for that? Brown and blue accent of yellow. Yay. Now, back to actually making this look realistic. I will fix this in a moment. Arturia. A little bit late for Arturia, but perhaps not. There we go. Whoa, we have a cross-section that's not doing its job. And now it is. What happened there? Anyone else see that? Like, that was flat for me. Oh, the cross-section's... What happened? Oh, you got a different cross-section up there. Oh, I must have put one here? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Why? What cross-section is changing here? Nothing is changing. Until I click this cross-section button. Because it goes to 100% for some reason. What the fuck was that about? So there is a bit of a save loading glitch, it looks like. We're going to put the blades on the parrying hook. Parryhaken. That'll give them a bit more of a point. Now, What do we got going on here? Is this too deep? No. A while ago. You've learned so much since. Yeah. No, some of the jank is in the game. I also make sure no one else asks me any questions. What the hell is Ligma? Steve Jobs. Yeah. I would recommend against these, but I'm not going to take them out because it is your sword, and it is a fantasy sword, so there's no reason to not put them. They don't do anything. There's a chance that your opponent will try to parry the top of your blade, catch these, and get more control of your sword as they move it around. I would recommend... Something about those fillers not sitting right with me. What is it? Let me click on every ability for a second. It happened again! Everyone caught that, right? Hold on, Control Z, C. So I was going down this way, I hit this cross-section, and this cross-section is doing it now. Control Z, it's 0, it's 100. It's 0, it's 100. Could someone clip that for me, and then just send it to David? Send it to the devs. I'm just gonna delete the cross-sections and do them again myself, because it's easier. We're gonna go cross-section up top, because that's what you had going on. It was a good idea. Might as well have this edged to here. To the top of the flamboyance, and then another cross-section down to the bottom. Down to here. I still have my change thickness there. Get that out. Cross-section U. Right, usually you don't have flamboyance and a fuller, or not a very thick one. That's uncommon. It does happen, but you see your sharpness is suffering here. Down here in the corner. Green is good. Oh, it's because we got no taper on it. We'll put a taper on as well. Put a taper thickness. Bring it down to, so just before the point, which is here. Bring the point back. Taper thickness down to 0.2. 0.2? It is a great sword. We might even be 0.3. 0.3 is fine. Oh, and that cross-section that I just put in near the top of the blade needs to change as well. Why does it not let me change it? Let me change the cross-section. Is it because there's another cross-section over it? It is. I'm going to take this one, put it down here. There we go. Now it's working. Yes, absolutely, I can. Holy hunker. I'm gonna do this one first. Oh, what is this? This is just vibing. That's fine. So if you were talking about needing a grid, you can grid. Kind of. You can align these. I will, in fact, do the aligning. I'll do the skeleton for you. Basic gnome tech. It is also going to be 0.001 millimeters off center. Thank you very much, Arpia. Arpia? I don't know how to pronounce it. Maybe it's Arpia. A. Arpia. We're going with for now. But thank you very much, all the same. Good, I hope so. So, we shrink those. If I want to align something, I find this hard point, shrink this until it's no longer visible. Extend this. Go back inside and grab it. You actually should extend it before you shrink it. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go all the way up. Oh. The taper's starting to bite me. We gotta get it before it happens. Good. S a little bit. S a little bit more. Still not visible. We're still doing good. And we're going to need to shrink those a lot. So what you can do is you can take the cubes, and without doing much more gnome tech, you can literally just take the cubes, put them here, shrink them down. Make sure you start from the bottom of the blade up, or you'll just fuck up. And you can mount them evenly, directly in the middle. You'd have to change the size of the tendrils Yeah, did I fuck up? Goblin noises. One moment. This is how you can lock your items in place. Use shift when you're bending this to not bend it out, to keep it straight. Take another cube. Pop it here. Shrink. Oh. Don't worry about the exact position because we can just do this. And that can help you grid stuff. Yes, yeah, just shift. So if I'm lengthening an object and I go to curve it, I press shift, it'll snap back to center straight. It'll snap back to center straight where your mouse is, so it'll be shorter if you've curved it. But just as long as it's out here, shift. There you go. Let's see. Goblin noises. Yeah, show me the blade, holy honker. And again, grid. I will put your engravings back into place. I will leave the gnome tech thing in there. We're leaving that one there. That's fine. Tip's fine. I might even actually do ever so light bit. If you want to make it look ever so slightly more realistic, it's taper width. Taper width. Ever so slightly. Not all greatswords have a width taper. Some of them have a width inverse taper. But this is where a lot of swords begin to shine. Oh, that just went back to 0. Not very much. Just enough so that it's thicker at the bottom and shallower at the top. And you can actually cheat this a little. Where's your change thickness here? This one. We're going to increase this ever so slightly so that we can change width on the bottom. What are you? Let's change thickness. No, we're fine there. We can actually make this a bit more narrow, but then I guess you run out of room for this. Oh, I see this is off-center. Oh, a little bit. Ah, I see. Did you mount this somewhere? No, you didn't. This is freehand. You can, again, use the gnome tech to mount things like this. A bit easier. Is this supposed to be double-sided? No, it is one-sided. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mount it. I'll center it in a second. Actually, I'll center it now. There we go. I'll get the words in a moment. Wait for the bump. Wait for the bump. Because this is exactly where we want it to be anyway. Bump. Bonk. Nice. Oh, wrong one. This one here. And then we put the other one on the other side. Like this. That's not doing quite right, is it? Oh, it is. I see. They're both going to have this little triangle going for them. And I'll send that back to you. Here you go. Huh. So that's a better one there. I would even possibly say that's a meter-long blade. You could stand to lengthen the pommel and the hilt as well. Oh, right, your balance. How was your balance? Your balance was way back. Because this is brass, that's why. When you start fooling around with other materials, I stop worrying about the weight, the balance so much. Oh, why? Because your balance is right here, realistically. So that's actually fine. And your forward rotational nodes are right where they need to be. Most. Greatswords are weird for forward rotational nodes. Let's grab Hunkers. Copy. Paste. That says here, god damn it. Hit him with a Vinamion Tamilium Norucho. Conjure. Almost looks like Oakfather. This is one of your old ones, isn't it? No, this is one of your old ones. This is Warhammer, isn't it? Fucking no. Is it Warhammer? I think it's Warhammer. I would absolutely like to take a look at your swords. This is nice, actually. Ignoring what fandoms they are from. This is madness. This is insanity. And again, like I was showing you the gnome tech. Yeah, I understand. I saw that part. I saw that in chat. And I'm a bit sorry to say it. This is Son of the Protector. This was originally Son of the Protector. Wasn't it? Hold on a second. If I just take a look at Son of the Protector here. Oh. Was it Son of the Protector? No, it wasn't Son of the Protector. Interesting. Because I too have the snake one. I have the three-tongued serpent motif as my calling card. Which is in most of my swords that I've submitted to any competition will have this. And it'll either be just a little tiny guy somewhere down, like on the handle. Illegal iridescence. This is where we discovered transverse engraving. Either a little tiny guy somewhere down on the handle, or it'll be part of the sword itself. Let me go back to looking at yours, and then I'll look at non-binaries in question. Torture, right. So, I don't know if you were watching just a second ago, when I realized that there was totally a way to make a grid to make things easier to space and position. You put gnome tech going up the blade, and build a scaffold out. Ooh, one of these is rotated. Something is amiss here. This one's rotated. Fixed. Yeah, okay, yeah. So you can do that all the way out, and you can torture yourself less. Ah, let's see. That's more of a lizard, I guess, because it's got legs. Still, I do love the engraving work. It's not quite my style, but it is still beautiful. I've held some real swords with engravings on them, and they're like, whoa. Someone did this by fucking hand. It's a nightmare. This is obsidian. You can do some weird shit with this if you transverse engrave it. Because obsidian glows really weird. I think you saw it yesterday. Let's take a look at non-binaries. Also, was there a thing that you wanted me to look at for it? Usable. You wanted me to know. Let you know it was usable. Make sure that that's in there. Let's see. So the balance is a little too high. Let's get our grid. Oh, I just passed it. There we go. There's a grid. Ideally, you want the balance to be within 5 to 6 inches, so about first 3 bars. This is a little high, especially for so short a sword. This is only a meter-long blade. One-handed, I guess it's not that bad. But it is a little far out for what I'd prefer. Let's see, hold on, what? Help in the engraving category. Eventually, you guaranteed will get better engravings. Engravings are they want their features to be there. Currently, this playtest is more about the campaign mode. So they added very little to the creative. Let's take a look at your forward rotational nodes. Okay, so your point isn't going to be moving. How's your distribution? Do you have any distal taper at all? No. So we're at 0.82. If I change this, it was obsidian. I changed this to steel to be more accurate. Yeah, so if this was steel, if this was like a normal sword, it wouldn't be usable. The balance would be too far forward because there's no distal taper, no profile taper. It's all in the blade, and it's going to be the weight of a great sword times 2.2. That's 4.8 plus 4, so it's 5.2. 5.2 pounds is great sword weights. the obsidian does change the dynamics drastically. Obviously, you then have to deal with the problems that obsidian gives you. At which point it starts feeling more like a real normal sword. Yeah, your handle's fine. This thing is not... So what this is going to be a sword where you can parry easier than you can maneuver. Ignoring the balance, just looking at the rotational nodes. It also means your strikes are going to be slightly further forward than they would be backward. You'd want to hit people with the last little tiny bit of the blade. In fact, right around here on this one. This red line corresponds to the force being put in at the very top of your hand. And really, when you're swinging a sword, a lot of that force is coming in through the, what would that be? The radius of your hand, not the ulna. So it'd be through the radius, which is at the bottom of your thumb. So if you line up the bottom of your thumb, your middle finger, and lie your index finger over that red line, you're going to look about here is your point. So proportionate between these two, they're okay. Yes, Mahuahitl, which I have a whole rant on. A lot of people underestimate Mahuahitl. They call them clubs. They are not. They are swords. They are sharp. They have a central ridge. The natives, the native Nala Aztecs called the invading Spanish conquistador swords metal Mahuahitl, and the conquistadors called the Mahuahitl stone swords. Hey, good shit. A lot of Aztec weaponry is underrated, and a lot of people misrepresent it. And it wasn't until recently that people started making good recreations. The one that was on Wikipedia for the past, 10 years that no one could get down was garbage. I mean, offensively garbage. Sorry, yeah, to answer. Yeah, it could be usable, but it should be more usable. You need to work more on the table. Let's look at non-binaries. Because I will get caught up getting angry about portrayals of Mahuahitl in media. There is a twist. Non-binary. This is magnum opus. The twist with Mahuahitl is that in art, they are represented as having their blades spaced apart, both by the Aztecs and by the Spanish, the conquistadors. We had one. Recently we found two more, and they're not in good condition. That was in Portugal. Unfortunately burned down during an earthquake, so we no longer have it, but we have a photo, and we have a drawing of the complete, an illustration of the complete one, and the blades are tight together. Very tight together. Yeah. The blades are very tight together. They look like they're spaced apart because they used a spent core method of obsidian napping. Yes, use the shards of... no, if the obsidian breaks off, you'll just get sharp obsidian, which they already started with. I don't like the uncolored steel here. It looks gloopy. Give me a moment. I'm gonna change the background so it's a little bit more kind. All this floating stud shit, fantastic. Fantastic work with floating studs. The most I've seen in a while. But this is missing a bunch. Hold on a second. Only part I did was the filigree work. Rest was Kev. Well, at least we got two cross sections. Kind of. Do we even have two cross sections? Cross section. Nope, only one cross section per blade. Or is it two? It is two. Good. Good. These are a wee bit thick. Oh, I gotta do the thing, don't I? Where's the length? It's going around in a circle. Polish blade? There we go. Polish blade will help me out. So I gotta come down, up, around. This way, out this way, back up. Or is that the center of the sword? Where's the start? This is the start of the sword here. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. This is the tip. This is the start of the sword here. These are 0.8 thick, which is, I think, the thickest I've ever heard of a sword being. Yeah, that's the one with the Persian and the Japanese armor. It had the Persian shield and the Japanese armor. Was it Persian shield? It was like completely different places. The copper actually looks better. The copper side looks significantly better. But again, it looks messy. It does look a bit like leaves. Oh, there's a Spines of Dulta. Good. Spines of Dulta, my beloved. What about this side? This side was hooks, was it? I hate this piece as an object. Oh, hold on, I'm stuck. Why no move? Am I stuck at the end of the blade there? I'm stuck at the end of the blade there. I gotta go up and around. Come on. You can do it. Oh, I got it. There we go. I hate these, the teeth as a piece in general. I can never find a good use for them. Aggressive thorns, the other is vines. Okay. Yeah, I just hate the teeth. They look so artificial in comparison to everything else. Oh, it is 28 degrees in my room. Hold on. You're going to hear a bit of a weird sound as my fan turns on and starts pushing the AC into the room. I completely forgot to go get the AC from my dad's house that he was going to give me. I still will before it hits July and gets worse. I guess it is July. It's going to get worse. Neat. So that is a bit thick. I don't really like the look of the swords, and some of the filigree is a bit messy. But I appreciate the effort that went into it a lot. And I know how hard it is because between there's Blue Vajra. Blue Vajra is lightning, which I like a lot. And Advaita's. The camera's in the rails? Yeah. It is. You can do some funny things with that too. And between Advaita's lightning. I fucked up on Advaita's lightning so bad. Like, that looks terrible. And part of it was because I was using bend tendrils instead of rounds to keep it consistently wiggly. So it's inconsistently wiggly, and it looks worse. You can fuck with the camera a bit, but you have to plan ahead. Yeah, at some point you just have to appreciate art and not as a blade. Really, like, when people are doing the competitions in Bladesong, this is a photo competition where you have to make the subject. What the lines mean. Yes, I can. There is I'm going to post a GIF if you're Old English, down in Bladesong General. Hold this. That will help you immensely. Favorites. There we go. So let's grab one of the longswords I have. I don't have as many longswords as I thought I would. Let's grab the simple bastard. So the blue line is your balance point. Hey, Johnson Fire, welcome. The blue line is your balance point. That is your center of gravity, cog, as it is sometimes abbreviated. If you were to put your hands on the blade and move them together, they would both line up here as the blade tilts back and forth. This first red line here assumes that's where you put your top hand. If you hold the thing here, this is where it's measuring from, the utmost point of it. This has a sort of a... How do I phrase this? I need a ruler. This has like an hourglass shape going across the point of balance, we'll get to in a moment, that reflects further down the blade. This is the lowest part. It assumes you're going to put your hand. So it assumes, for all of its measurements, that force is between these two lines, even though it would realistically be down on the pommel for a lot of people. In fact, most pommels, you'd be down on those. So if the force is applied here, then the center of gravity is going to move by about half the amount that it would normally with the rest of the blade. That means there's a harmonic further down the blade where it doesn't move. So, if I were to hold this one-handed, right at the tip, and I tried to rotate it, the sword would want to stay still here. Where you put your hand. Specifically where you put your force in your hand. The game assumed... Actually, I think they might have changed it because it's down a little bit. Originally, it was right at the top of the tank. But it looks like they've moved it down. So it's no longer index finger, it's tracking your ring finger. Which is where, in line with your radius, which is where your force is coming from in your hand. Now... Oh, actually, I do want to go back into that one, because I don't need to explain the tang line. We'll just grab a longsword. So, with that in mind, that means that when I go to move a sword, this line here, again, is not going to want to move. So when I bind with somebody in particular, and I go to rotate the sword, if this is further down, closer to my hand, it's going to be easier to make a cone that does... It's currently rotating in the middle. It makes it easier to make a cone that does this, the further down it is. The further up it is, the easier it is to make a cone that does this. See how the hilt is moving more than the tip? And now the blade is moving more than the hilt. That's what those lines mean. And how you measure them, how you change them, is by changing the mass distribution. So I'm going to put a taper here. That's width. Doing anything right? Oh, that's taper width. We're gonna not do that. Change thickness. Here we go. This will make it obvious. See it's thicker here? Watch the balance and these move down. Until it gets to the balance. And then they start moving back up. Actually, it's when they interfere with this. Starts moving back up when you start putting mass further off the blade. The closer it is to this middle point here, the further down these move. These don't move, because they assume that's where your hilt is. Good to go. Does that answer your question? Yeah, these are the rotational nodes. Sorry, that's their technical name. The rotational nodes, which is an infinite spectrum going from the balance outward, also known as the pivot points, or the pivot lines. Very good. If you ever get a chance to handle two swords that look similar but feel different, that's what's happening. It's more about mass distribution around the balance than it is about the balance itself in that case. There is some rules. Let me pop open a rapier. So you see here it's a little further down than it was on my old one. A sword that has the pivot points further out. Let me grab this rapier. A sword that has the pivot points further out, by nature of having more mass in the blade, is going to be harder to push to the side when it's swinging. By mass. So if you have two swords of the same mass, but they're distributed differently, does this one have a distal taper? Taper thickness. If I up this, it'll move out. It is now harder to move the point of this sword for everyone, yourself included. If I move it down, it is easier to move the point for everyone, myself included. Thickness. And then, if I bring it down even more, it gets easier and easier to move the point. That one actually got paper thin, so we gotta take it out a bit. Still too thin? Where are they gone? Oh, they're back again. They move a lot for very little effort. They should be down here now. Oh, there's my balance, and that means that they're there. Oh, it's what happening. It's when the balance hits 0 that they're not able to do much. There we go. If I were to control Z all the way up, if I were to change my guard, and you'll notice this happens. As soon as we hit the rapier age, you start seeing brass guards. Because that moves the whole pivot point down. See how much farther down they're moving? That one might be actually moving it back up because it's further away from the blade, yeah. It's close to the balance is where we want it to be. If I enlarge this... That should be moving it down. I don't know why it's moving it up. Either way, mass, more mass closer to the center of balance, that's when you get the moving down. And that's when you get this rapier movement, as opposed to this movement. Yeah, get the tip. This movement. Very good. So, yeah, it vary by personal preference. How much are you moving the blade around? If you're very thrust-centric in such a way that if thrust-centric strong of arm, you don't want your point to move. You'll want your balance points further up, your pivot points further up. Kind of. Not really, because slashing weapons do something a little funny. Really, what happens then if I bring up one of my falchions? Where's a good falchion? Not Yoru. That's not a good falchion. Let's bring up the Zocktail. This is back before we had part bending. If I hit... Again, my force is being put right around here. If I hit above this point, then that means that there's enough leverage and momentum to begin to... push the blade back on impact. If I hit below this point, then there's enough to push the blade roll forward on impact. Now, you only get 1 point. It might show a range here, but really it's one single part somewhere in between these lines, based on the hilt. Actually, you know what? I can fix this. I'm going to fix this. Actually, I'm going to fix it the better way. I'm going to preserve it for posterity. Conjure. Nope. Conjure. Take this out. Parts. I got a couple things to do on this one. Grip. I'm gonna use a straight oval. And then I'm gonna use an inverse taper oval. U. And we're gonna shrink it down, and we're gonna curve it. Just a little bit. Right, yeah. So, it's assuming that I'm going to hit on one side of this. If you want a slashing weapon, then you want these to be pretty low. Like, significantly low. So that when the blade hits them, you still apply force exactly on the point, but you have more draw room. If you have an inverse curve, though... Where's my curvature? This section should be all the way down. These are pretty evenly curved. If you have an inverse curve, then you want them higher, so that'll drag the point over. Although almost always you want to hit exactly on the pivot point. And then there's a whole percussion point, which you also want to hit exactly on top of. That's more important. The percussion point has to do with blade flex, which currently Bladesong has a lot of difficulty with. And by has a lot of difficulty with, I mean they stopped trying. This is a little high. I'm going to take this off. Why is this a little high? It's because it's 0.6 thick, which is wild. We're going to take this away. A little side gun. Get ye the fuck. I'll take a look in a second. I'm gonna fix my doll first. Far East Asia for Blade Wet Flex. Yeah. Oh, not Far East Asia. What is FEA? Force something. I was like, FEA, Far East Asia. That makes sense. I'm looking at a doll. Change thickness. Change width. Change thickness. .4. This is going to be a little thick. It's a doll. I think my fullers... my cross-section I need to move. back quite a bit. And my taper is a bit too much. Oh, it's still a cross section. That's fine though. I don't need to move any further than that. Taper thickness. Back up to point. Actually, yeah. There we go. Nope, not quite. Finite element analysis. Yeah. And this is where this is all complex shapes. We're not getting percussion points anytime soon. I am going to change my cross section. Oh, that's not my cross section. I'm going to change my cross section, blend, so that my balance is much farther down. Out of there, I think. Is that still too thin? Why is that feeling too thin? It's 0.4. Is it 0.5? Is 0.5 better for it? Change thickness. 0.56 is definitely too high. Bring my taper width, taper thickness back down. Pivot is where the blade will want to stay. High, so it's hard to push the point into the way. Sometimes. The rest is mostly right. So if you're a rapierist and you change sides of the blade a lot, if you disengage from one side to the other side, then you're going to want it to be further back as well, because it allows you to move the point. But if you take the center a lot more, then you want it to be higher up, and it becomes entirely a personal preference thing. Right here, I want this to be... Oh, that's 0.2. That should be fine. Do I need a blend? Do I need to... Yeah, I'm gonna... If I do this, I'll be able to take the taper down a bit. No, it's not letting me do that. Still, that should be kind of high. Shamshir, Dal, and Pala, and all sorts of heavily curved swords, you will have higher balances. That's usually when the curvature is more this. And it would be down here. That would be more realistic. Actually, specifically, not that much, but still that much. Specifically there would be realistic for that balance point. Because it's right when the blade curve gets significant, that's when you find your balance. Yes, I would love to take another look. But first I'm going to look at Ethel's. Finite element analysis. Hold on, make sure we got everyone's chat messages. I don't want to miss any. And that's all mass distribution. If you make a realistic sword, you should start seeing realistic mass distributions, where in the last third of the blade, you have your force. Ideally, this overlays perfectly with the point of percussion, but we can't calculate that. Above and below. So imagine you're hitting with a stick, and you have a weight on the... In fact, this is entirely the 2-mass model of... Entirely 2-mass model of physics. Ooh. Getting crazy. Are you doing a double-ended... Are you? No, okay. It doesn't look like you're doing a double-ended, like, dueling shield yet. But still. I fucking dig it. Right now, it is a pretty pog Qatar. But a shield it will be. Oh, it's poplar, too. Poplar? Lightwood. That looks like poplar looks here. What was it? Yeah, right, above and below. Imagine you're hitting with a mace. If you hit with the handle of the mace, the head of the mace is going to want to keep moving behind the person. If you held the mace upside down, or had, like, the mace head in the middle of the stick, close to your hand, then when you hit someone with the stick, the momentum's going to want to reflect back at you. It's far easier for it to start moving the other way. If you hit with the mace head exactly, then it's going to want to keep moving the way it is moving without changing. Because it is a measure of how it resists change, because it is a factor of the mass distribution. So if I hit someone with this here, this edge here, in a downward strike, let's say they're right below here, right where my mouse is, this would want to tilt back this way. If I hit someone with something back here, because I'm already moving the center of mass, it's already got momentum, it's going to want to tilt this way. Good, 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 good. You'll understand this more if you ever pick up a sword. Start picking up other, especially feathers. There's so many varied feathers. Let's see. Send me the words, honker. The band pivot points. And it's, with Bladesong in particular, if you're making a realistic sword, you can make a realistic sword. This is actually a perfectly fine serviceable saber. Viama. Siletion Demiaola. But as soon as you change, like, blade materials, you just throw that out the window. Like, this is Damascus. Okay, so this is fine. Your balance is a little high. And it's because your taper thickness isn't long enough. You are coming down to 0.2 from 0.3. That should be fine. Is something happening? Do you have a blend here? It might be the thickness. Oh, you know what? Distal taper, not distal taper, profile taper is another thing you should also have. Watch this. Watch that go down. Less than a centimeter removed. Ideally to here. Might be a little too much. And the cross section's a little high. Why is the cross section so high? Yeah, we're not getting any cutting edge. So we're going to change thickness. That should be 0.2 here. Where's your point? So right here should be up to 0.2. So I'm going to back off the taper thickness. We're down to I can cut, but it's not going to be good. And your balance is inside the guard. Which actually means that I have the taper width a little too high. Still inside the guard, just inside the ring. And we've got almost green. That green. Get that green. Right there, that'll be fine. There we go. There's your rapier. Oh, like I was saying, the materials will fuck with shit. How people got good at making swords took hundreds. What the fuck? Wait a second. I see. I see. So, this blade is 50 centimeters long. This is not even up half my leg. And you have a very tiny grip. This grip is a grip that a normal human hand can fit around. This is what you'll get on most production swords. A normal human hand is about 10 centimeters wide-ish. Let me actually measure my own. Just to look good, perfectly fine. In that case, it fooled me. It fooled me completely. I'm like, why is this so sensitive? Why are things not acting right? This should be like a bit weirder. It's because my hand is 9 centimeters across. Closed, it comes out a little bit further. If I just hold on to the 0 line, the flesh of my hand hits exactly 10 centimeters. A little over, actually. I got fat hands. I'm not very fat. So there's a lot of people, back in the old playtests, we couldn't shrink these like this. We could only shrink them like this. And so everyone had the right size. But you have a very good looking, well, 50 centimeters. It's a bit too large for a letter opener. That's 1.5 feet. Well done, though. Well done. And thank you for putting the guard outside, like underneath the 4-ring. A lot of people fail at that. You get a lot of... in fact, I've definitely done it. Because foolishness. Where's my early rapiers? Kirsch Banishing Sword, River Tongue. One of my better pieces, honestly. When did I start doing rapiers? Rapiers are super fun weapons to use, by the way. Basket hilt. I think this is kits. Might be sublimates. So, a lot of the times, you'll see people do a basket or a knuckle guard, and they'll take the saber tradition of doing this. Oh, apparently that one actually does belong there. And just be like, ah, this must come out this way. Do I have another hard point in here? I don't. Easier way to show it. They'll do this. I picked the wrong thing to do this with, didn't I? They'll do that. Not realizing that most of the time, this shit comes underneath. And out from underneath any 4 rings or forward protrusions. Which you didn't do. You did the good thing. Or you did do. You did do that. Props for that. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, and I hope I'm still entertaining to listen to. Gladius and Cutlass, yay. It's going to be hard to take a look at the image I sent in general. In Bladesong Discord. Now, back to making shit. Right, I was... let's make a Flissa. It's, all these other ones. Flissas, let's see if I can get stats. Flissa thickness. Apparently that is also the name of a lure for bass fishing. I'm not even going to look at the Google AI. Why is it showing me South African Airlines? This is a North African sword. There we go. Oriental Arms. There we go. Pair of Algerian Flissa. And this is Sword of Damocles, who's a... oh, that's a beautiful one. A frequent poster in Our Swords and the Our Swords Discord. 13 millimeters at the base. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. Well, there's me being wrong to Rainmaker again. I still think I was right mostly, but... let's see. Yeah, great competitions to stoke the fires of creativity. One of the things you can do, start making swords from other cultures. So this one, 13 millimeters at the base. That's width. I wish I could do that with a hotkey. That's nuts. Like the very base? Oh, it's all one side. So I gotta be careful with my fuller here. I gotta do that, and I gotta do that. So I gotta bring this up. $13. Holy shit. Oh, that doesn't feel right at all. Is he for serious? Is he talking about the breadth? He's got to be talking about the breadth. He's talking about the breadth. Okay, he's talking about the width. He's saying the width down here is 13. Because there's no way that's that thick. Oh my god, it is. That is over a centimeter thick. Holy shit, how long is it? 106.5. Hits FM. Yeah, we got 106.9 as radio 2. That's just the blade. Oh no, 957 blade. 957 blade. Close enough. And it just tapers so fast is what's happening. Yeah, oh god, that's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. So it is largely one-sided. Can I get a second image? Yes. So what we'll do, we'll be a little bit clever with this, as I know now how to set it up. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to, oh, U-block to filter out. Okay, got it. Send me that on Discord, Jay. You need to reset the router. Because the router's the problem. Yeah, that makes sense. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross-section this side. This is the downside, yes, this is the correct side. I'm going to narrow grind. This is going to be all the way in. Narrow grind the back. Oh, all the way down. So that comes out to like here. And then I'm going to put... That's what I'll do. How do I slant this the other way? I need this to be thinner. Change thickness by how much? Not change which, change thickness by about that much. And then cross-section the back. Open. Will it not let me go up? It won't let me go up. I can't do inverse slant. Why not? Oh yeah, have a good one, Jay. Thanks for stopping by. Using a cube to add an extra guard? Yes. Good. Isn't really a sword, isn't something that concerns me. I am concerned with swords. But I'm not too concerned if something is not a sword. What is happening here? Oh, it's change thickness. There we go. All the way up. Oh. So how am I going to get this to slant inward? Can I do it with the fuller? No, the fuller's just going to bring it back up. And I can't do it with cross-section. It won't let me do too high. I'd have to do cross-section to there, but then I won't be able to have a fuller on it. So we're going to have to narrow it a bit more. And what's the width? I think the actual width is going to be what determines a lot of this. Now, Flissa have straight backs, which is really nice, but they're technically recurve and inverse taper. So we're going to taper thickness. Not taper thickness. Well, we're going to taper thickness anyway. Down to, what do you say it was? 31 millimeters at the widest point. Presumably it comes down to a rather decent tip, because I know they're very often found with bent tips. Let's see. We'll put a taper thickness. We'll bring it down to our normal point too. These have long tips too. Quoi? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Do it again. There we go. I could stack tapers if I need to. 0.27. I have a feeling because we're going to need a very long tip. Ooh, what the fuck? Because I have a narrow grind back here. I'm going to blend out that narrow grind. We're just going to blend that out. Blend it away. Taper width goes like this. That point does get wacky. In fact, where's that narrow grind? You'll see what I'm doing in a minute. Make that one the back point. Make another point. Front point. In. Because this is where this blade gets fucking wacky. About here, it looks like? Yeah, about halfway up the blade. Now let's change this a bit. How... It's very gradual, but it is a little pointy. Might even just be level. And then there's another curve near the base. Like that. It does get quite dramatic near the end, too. And once again, the narrow grind has to come in a bit more. And then I can put the fuller rounded. They do fullers a little weird. They do a staggered fuller, kind of. It's more just an engraving. But we'll give it the old college try anyway. Not very deep. Oh, stay right where the fuck you are, and you. If I could copy and paste abilities, I would. Oh, you need to be thinner. Do I want to do this all the way down? I don't think I have the hand strength to do this all the way down. So I'll do another one. Oh, that one's not quite as right as it should be. That was the hard part. There. Close enough. And then this one, I'll just have it the whole way down. That is specifically the movement that hurts my hands the most. We'll just let this one run all the way up, and we will, again, narrow it down to match the others. The Algerian, it is mostly belong to the Berber and Kabyle. Kabyle? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's Kabyle. People. This needs to be not that deep. And this needs to be not that deep. Now, what's the point of balance? Yes, good. Do more gnome tech. What is the point of balance on this sword? 300 millimeters. 30 centimeters? One... Oh, shit. The parallax. 1, 2, 3. So we're only a little bit ahead right now. Which is not actually good. What's the grip? The grip is mostly hex, though a little squat, and it's the other hex. Can I rotate that? We're gonna wrong sword the grip. No, it doesn't feel right. We need alternate hex. Which means we're sticking with oval. Oval, diamond, and hex are our only ones right now, I think. and twisted. And it starts with a mild taper. Mild inverse taper. That's hex. Where's my inverses? There's my inverses. U. And this is steel, which is fucking wild. And then it looks like brass for the grip. Is that brass-coated wood? Nope, that's just solid fucking brass. That one's definitely hex, though. That one's actually the same hex that we have. So... and straight to it, huh? It's no faffing about. I need to do a bit of work on the blade, I think. This is close, though. Because this is supposed to line up perfectly. So I might have to cheat. Let's cheat. Grab. So what we'll do here, pop. Actually, we'll just take, we'll do a normal gnome tech thing. I'll just take this off for now. Shrink this to fuck. Bump. 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 This one we can actually size back up. Because we're just going to sync it. And I didn't do it right, so we're actually going to Control Z. Control Z. Do a straight quill in. And then straight to the cube. Because sometimes you just need to... sometimes you just need to be a little jank. That needs to be smaller. Oh. This needs to be way smaller. Specific one. Because I can reposition it with the quillin that it's on. So we'll do the bump again. Bump. I think that was the bump. Yeah, that was the bump. That should be fine. And just to make it a little more... there we go. There's no tang here. What are you talking about? What's the pommel? The pommel is close to the Bakunawa or the lion's head. So we don't have any really good asymmetric pommels for pinching your thumb down. And let's see, we're looking at 950 grams. What am I at? I am over by a lot. Why? I bet it's the cross section. Let's see. Have you been doing anything with crazy with curvatures, or is your sword too thin? Is the next question. Wrong button. This button. Cross section. What are we down? 1.6. I think maybe the distal taper might be more severe and more... so we'll blend it and we'll bring it down faster. I can't bring it down faster. We'll blend this one and we'll bring it down faster. It's getting thin as fuck. I put mine a little high, it won't be that bad. That's 950 grams. Let's bend this a little. 0.7. That's really light. That's like fencing foil light. Let's bend this down just ever so slightly. Flissa. 0.5. Okay, okay. Send me your words. I'll take a look at it. I'm actually gonna put a riser here as well. Remember, risers hide mistakes. I'm going to sync this a bit.
Viarshuakorm Ventioklum.
I love that. People just casting spells in chat. One moment. Yeah, this was just fucking brass. How the fuck am I supposed to get 950 with fucking brass? Oh, it's the fullers, is it? I gotta look at the weight distribution on a Flissa to really get it. Oh, your balance is working fine. It's right there. Forward rotational node's right there. Oh, this is a little... You got the cross-section a little too thick down here. A little too thin, rather. Cross-section... Is that the whole length? And another one up here? We've got two cross-sections fighting each other. Why are they fighting so much? Do you have another one here? No, this one's still going all the way up to the top, that's why. Going to... Because you have a narrow on one side, or a change width on one side. That's why. I'm going to ease this out. Do you have a taper width on the other side? Is this not coming out enough? You don't remember adding another one. Let's find out. I'm going to Control Z until it's back to its original form. And now I'm going to... Alright. So we'll take... Because that's paper thin right there. That's... That won't hold itself. Why is that cross-section coming down like that? You're to the point where you almost don't even need the cross-section to be cutting. Like, that's cutting. What is happening here? Oh, I guess that's cutting because it's got another cross-section on it. For the record, for cavalry sabers, they're usually not even sharp the first, like, third of the blade. A lot more room for fillers and detailing. Second cross-section should be there. Very good. I'm going to keep it there because there's reasons to have it. Come on. It's being a bit weird because it's because of the other cross-section, I think. Nope, it's not because of the other cross-section. What's happening here? There we go. You almost got it too thin. Which I guess makes sense. Because you got the fuller on this side. But... Why is it going down so fast right here? It's going from apple seed to practically nothing. It's not the narrow grind. Not the width. It's not the curvature. It might be that cross-section. Do we have a blend on somewhere? You, what are you? Taper width. Are you the reason it goes down? Only a little. What else is happening here? You have one side to change thickness. That's doing it. There we go. Now the cross sections will work. Oop. So we'll put this one up above the fuller. A little tiny bit of blend. We'll take this one from below the fuller. Bring it up here. Make sure we don't have the fucking... Oh, there's a thing that they do. Right there. That's our spot. Let me just turn off the glow for a bit so I can see what I'm working with. Cross section near the bottom is you. Is it? No, it's this one up here. Yeah, frequently these aren't sharpened for the first third of the blade. Oh, it shouldn't be there. Not meant to have a... Ah, I see, I see. So we'll take this one off entirely. And then we'll bring this one down a little bit more. Because it's not going to be just that. The fuller, I don't think, should come up that high, if that's the case. If I were designing a sword, I would get it down to about here, and the fuller would come down a bit more. About here. Does it have a false edge? Or is it actually that high? Is it really just the last, like, 5 fingers of the blade? Before the fuller starts. Yeah, okay. At the bottom. Okay, okay. I can deal with that. Single-sided. That makes sense. Bring it back a little bit. Doesn't need to be super sharp. Cavalry Saber is not going to be sharp until the last little bit anyway. Oh, and you come up the fuck back down here. And cross these back over. So this one, just a little bit of this, blends in with this one evenly. Is there a false edge on this sword? What pattern of sword is this? Do you know? Good job on the hilt, though. If I look up, like, World War II Portuguese, guess that'd be infantry? Oh, I'll open that up in a new tab. Might even be older. Oh, where's chat gone? U.S. cavalry sabers. Ah, it's one of the U.S. ones. Oh, that's not too bad then. Portuguese had similar ones. Let's see how far down they went. They're a little thinner. That's got to be the 86, 1890. Guaranteed it's going to be the cold steel, is it? That's the cold steel. 1840. We don't quite have the collar on the bottom. That's fine. We don't have those yet. Doing this guard is hard. That's okay. And you are correct. Does it have... There's a little bit of a false edge and a bit of a lenticular cross-section up at the top. So, we will do another cross-section. Almost all these swords have this, just this little bit at the back. Huh. Huh. And it's usually just that simple to put it on. Make sure this is in. Make sure this one is in. And we're good. And I said it's a bit lenticular, so I do have to pull it out just a tiny bit. Hard to get lenticular in this game. Yeah, and that particular style of guard is going to be very hard because of how it blends. You might be able to get away with taking a Tsuba or Peterson. Who dares message me? Hold on, chat. Not zero chance that some of the messages that are coming in are important. You never know when one of them is going to be like, oh, die. That's something to deal with. Where is it? Where? Oh. I am a fool. Yeah, so you can take the Peterson, it's an email, and sync it as an option. Let's actually get it below and raise it. That might be a little closer. I think you can actually do that as many times as you want. But that will change the guard, the balance. See how high up it is? Because Bladesong doesn't do intersecting metal yet. So I'd leave that out. Copy, bang. That's an option. Oh, in fact, if I raise it by like a millimeter there. Right there. Better. But then the weight's off. Instead of from the side, yeah. Legit, legit. Now. Qu'est-ce que fuck ici? Let's start making another sword. Oh, I didn't take pictures of my Flissa. Which again, I might need to do. I think I know what's happening. I think I need a secondary. Ugh. I need this line to go this way. Oh, the words? Yeah, sure. Who emails me? Ah, summer retreat. I just gotta go camping again. Once my fucking back tire is unfucked. Share. Huh. Windows key V. Kabam. And back out. Leave. And back to the Flissa. Which, dear God, I think the taper has to be more severe for this to make any sense at all. Because it's pretty severe in the image. Oh, it goes down to paper here. We need to bring this out. Hold on. Let's start with just one for now. Pretty much triangular cross-section. Up onto the last bit. This might... Oh, that might be a huge thing. Cross-section... That took us down by a couple of grams, I think. Getting a lenticular cross-section is going to be a bit hard. Double-sided. I just have to make sure the taper matches up, right? There we go. Let's put... What's the taper thickness? Here we go. We're going to make this shorter first. We're going to start... I can't make it shorter. Interesting. Well, you know what? We're going to delete the taper. We're going to put a change thickness. Because that one I can put down to the bottom. Bam. That's pretty close to what it looks like. And now we just extend the whole thing all the way down, and then we'll put a taper on it. Huh? Are we getting there? Point of balance is not a number for some reason. Up to 101 grams, so that's okay, because we're going to put a taper width, not taper width, taper thickness. I want this here to be 0.2. There we go. And then, if I brass that hilt, you're welcome. If I brass that hilt, bam, bam. 131. I think this has got to be shorter is why. And this has got to be smaller. That's close. Yeah. It's like a duck. A platypus. An iguanodon. We'll call that a flissa. I will add... This is actually slimmer than it should be. Or rather, it should be slimmer than it is. It's down here, isn't it? There we go. Should be slimmer than it is. Should be slimmer than it is. It's pretty jank how it is put up together. We'll copy this one. And we'll sync it. And again, riser side secrets. How do I want to bend this just a little bit. And by just a little bit, I mean just a little, not that much. Good enough. We'll leave the leather on it. What odds? We have ourselves a flissa. Point of balance, he said, was 30 centimeters, right? I might need to actually back off my taper. And read it. Point of balance, 30 centimeters. 950 grams. And point of balance is currently not a number. I need to go back to grid. count it out myself. We are at 10 centimeters. I need to back off my taper. Oh, went up too high. 10, 20. Oh, that's inverting the taper entirely. Why that? Is it my thickness is too much? Change thickness is too much here? Let's bring it up above 30 and then taper down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Need a little bit higher. So that's 30 exactly, which is here. Oh, that's thick as fuck. This tapers? Maybe it's the width I need to get rid of. Let's actually Control Z, Control Z. Really wish I had more measurements on this. It might be the width. Because he said it was 13 wide at its widest. 13 wide? What was it? 31.5 millimeters at its widest. Where is chat? There is chat. Where is Bladesong? There is Bladesong. So right here should be its widest. And we're at... Oh, I'm too wide. Qu'est-ce que fuck? Weird. Does that mean it comes down even thinner? I think that means it comes down even thinner down here. Change with that side, change with this side. I'm going to put another change width on. I'm just going to stack them until I figure it out. This side. Wrong side. Oh, there we go. That must come down pretty severely. That's got to be fucking nothing. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, to start with, it is significantly wider. Like, significantly wider. What is it? 31 there. What the fuck? Yeah, it just attaches onto the hilt like that. Oh, does it begin tapering immediately? Does it have like an even more severe... Alright, narrow grind. Again, which takes off half kilogram. Nope. What are you doing? Why are you moving? That's change width, that's why. It's pretty square here. Cross-section 1 is practically triangular. Why does it look broader? That's wider than it should be. I'm confused. Change which this one here. Why is narrow grind affecting it? Oh, that's because this got the taper on it. Which one doesn't have the taper on it? Narrow grind, change width. You don't have a taper. I'm confused. A bit of a challenge here. Yes, absolutely. Hit me up. I'm struggling with this one right now. I think it has to do with how thick the spine is, how fast it goes down. Oh, nice. Daggers are thankfully pretty easy. Ooh. One, two, three, four, five. That's 2. Yeah, send me the words. Because I'm struggling with this one. I'm struggling so hard. It's gotta be the back taper. I'm gonna put a cross section. Perfect. I'll take a look in just a quick second. Put a cross section on the back. Yeah, I'm gonna round it. It will not let me round it. Oh, because the narrow grind, right? Teardrop shape. There we go. Point of balance on this one is actually too low right now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's currently just about 20 centimeters, and it needs to be 30. Let's take a look at yours. Oh, on yours. So let's take a look. It depends. The answer, as with everything in life, is it depends. How much abstraction and/or context are you willing to kill? That is a little high for a... Oh, it's a longsword. You got a little bit of the tang sticking out. Let me fix that for you. Aha! And we're good. Once again, let's take a look. It is a little thin. It is really a dagger. I don't really need a handguard for a dagger. Oh no, yours is the dagger. Let's see. So we have a blade length of 60 centimeters. That's not too bad. How are we doing? We're a little thick. Not too bad. Little too thin near the point. And the fuller doesn't need to go up that high. That's a big thing. Rapiers? That's more of a longsword. Is this more of a longsword, more of a rapier? Like, is this meant to be one-handed or two? Because I can change it differently for either. Because that's too thin. It's closer to a rapier, but... Gonna make the handle shorter? Great. Let me just... Actually, smarter way to do it. Remember, human hand is about 10 centimeters. Oh god, not the sweeps. I would take it... One, I would take the fuller and not run it all the way up that high. I'd run it down to about here. I'd add a second cross section to cover it. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have a fuller at all. Didn't know what to make of them? Yeah, that's fine. Normally you want quillins going under. This is the mistake I was talking about earlier. Normally, you want quillins going kind of like out this way. Through the guard. So normally the guard will come up and connect with the forering, as an example. Well, that's a whole nightmare. It is its own nightmare. Now, let's go back on your ability list. Did I see a taper? Taper width? We're at 0.3? Ooh. 0.4. Down to just before the point, 0.3. Oh, that's width. Thickness. Why am I getting 80 centimeters or 8 millimeters on width? That should be fine there. So what's pushing it up so high? What is pushing this up so high? It might be the lack of width. If I change width, I were to... probably take the cross-section off the bottom of that entirely, actually. Cross-section... Bam. Thickness, 0.4. Why does that feel like it's thicker than it should be? It shouldn't be, but it... Hello! Welcome, Joshi. Stay as long as you like. What is pushing that up so high? I'll take the change width here. Change thickness here. And we'll put a blend on it. Not that type of blend. We'll take another change thickness. Actually, where's the taper? Thickness. Oh. And then we'll even take... Can I do a reverse... No, it's not letting me do a reverse blend on taper. Which brings us down to too thin. What am I doing? Hello and welcome, yes. Currently looking at source... Oh! This is very tiny. I just realized that. This is very tiny. This is a 4-ring. This protects your hand. This is a whole thing. This is like a... This is a this thing. This is... So ideally, the top of the 4-ring should be wider than the top of your knuckles. Or as wide as the top of your knuckles. By a bit. Like, within that range. There. That helped a little bit. We're still up pretty high. Right, because you have tiny hands. What is this one again? Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna redo your hilt. Half that to 5. That was an inverse taper, so we go to the full taper. Cool. How's that looking on balance? Balance is looking better already. And that's why. It's because it's so narrow. It's throwing the whole thing off. And it's only 60 centimeters long. That's a short sword. That's meter. These things have a meter-long blade. We'll even go just a little lower than meter. We'll keep it more on spirit. And how wide is the tang there? Doing good, pretty good on that front. Yeah, that'll be the difference. The next thing you need to do is just move all the sweeps up. Leave the quillins where they are. In fact, if you can just copy... Yeah. That'll be the difference there. I imagine we're here. That'll move these down. What else is happening here? Oh, it was blue. I was like, why can't I click on things? It's because I was in the wrong mode. Blue, blue. Those side rings are going to be a bit weird. Something else is throwing us off. I think it's these are too thin. Oh, because you were matching it with that thing, right. Still. Ideally, your crossguard is the same length as, or wider, than your grip. That'll bring our balance down into normal range. How's our taper looking? Still no edge, because we're not broad enough. That's okay. Thrusting only weapon. Ah, that's weird though. I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change this here. What do we got? Do we got a narrow? We have an extra narrow inverse. We have no extra narrow inverse. We can do this, though. That looks a little bit better. Easier to index your finger on. And let's take a look at that width again. Thickness, was it? It was width. It was change width, second one. I'm going to make this blend more severe. That looking better? I think that's looking better. Absolutely. Check this out. Gold. Watch the balance. Brass. And then copper. Copper, apparently a little denser than brass. That's interesting. Bronze. Chromium. And what's interesting about that, I will indeed send the words. Here you go. It doesn't change for you. Send me the words of what you're working on. I'll take a look. The thing that's a little interesting is, check this out. Steel, right? A little lighter than the others. Enchanted steel. Enchanted steel is significantly lighter than steel. So you can afford to make your blades longer. That should be good. Ideally, we want more mass down here, but that will require moving the sweeps. It does. You know, that happens. I have an IT diploma in telling people that occasionally this shit is just unicorn magic, and sometimes it works. Static charge, fucking interstellar particles, stellar particles, solar wind. You never know. Sometimes bits just get flipped. Bad programming, good programming, you never know. Oh, did I not make that handle back to what it was supposed to be? The handle's long again. My bad. 10 centimeters. There we go. Here's the slightly updated words. A local serb. That should be ideal there. You put your forefinger over that, come on down to here. That should be pretty comfortable for most people. A lot of people don't realize how small grips can be. Like if we do a Viking sword, which will take seconds. Let me actually slap together a Viking sword. Whoop. Change length, 80 centimeters. Whoop. Great. Change thickness. Bring it down to about 0.5. 0.6 is fine. The Vikings. Oh, sir. 5/8. Close enough. We don't have any distal taper. We don't have any grind. We don't have any profile. We do have a tiny bit of profile taper. We have a point. It's rather broad. Still pointy. Still rather broad. No curvature cross-section. And that actually needs to be a bit thinner. And then for the balance, it is all fuller, rounded, actually fuller smooth, because they're Vikings. Oh. And another cross-section in the last third, as usual. Actually, these guys might go even further up. I think this is a rounded fuller. Rounded, up, pretty high up. Second cross-section down to here. And this is where we get our rounding. And then Peterson type H, oval, Peterson type J, Norse 3 low, close enough, Viking sword. Actually should be broader. Change width. There we go, Viking sword. balance up the asshole. Yeah, no, most people who fence, even in my club, don't understand some of these things the way I do. That's because this is my special interest. And I can translate to that to them in teaching. What was I doing with the Viking sword? Why did I make this? I had a train of thought I was going somewhere with it. Yeah, balance is high. 13 centimeters? It's a bit above 15. So I gotta do a bit of work on that. I'm gonna take that taper width. I'm gonna do this. And we're gonna taper the thickness by like a millimeter. Not even. They didn't really taper their swords that much in the Migration era, because they just forged it out. All of this will help with fencing, though. That's about right. 13 centimeters? Yeah. Actually, that's right on the money. Bang. Yeah, Rip Thoughts, they're gone. Rapier, Quillins, Sweep Causing Brain, Memory to Work. Yeah, fuck. Sweeps are an imperfect solution. I don't like sweeps. Oh, check this out. We do this. It's more authentic now. Oh, I was talking about pinch grips. Yeah, so this actually can be shorter here. That would be pretty ideal for my hand. You don't need much room for a Viking sword. Finding a fencing club. Check out the HEMA Alliance Club Finder. I gotta update our thing in it. Because we do exist. Let's polish this up. Polish blade fuller. Not side fuller. Polish blade, just whole blade. Hoop, bam. And I gotta polish these things. Actually, I might blue those. Can I dark blue them? Not really. Yes. What this blade is called weapon typology is a nightmare. It's a hammer fist, not a pinch grip, but it's a hammer fist. Let's take a look. Seeing it somewhere historically. Different styles of call, don't worry about it. YouTube is your greatest ally there. Oh, thank goodness, it's down to 25 degrees in the room. Chinkadea. Chinkadea. Usually it has an even weirder, fuller setup. Let me actually try the fuller. So these would stop here. Normally you'd have 5. Center fuller. We're gonna cheat a little bit and do this. Ooh. What the fuck's on the go there? Oh, you got cubes doing it. I see. Is that... Oh, the fuller. I see. It's okay. We can still hide them again. Oh, but we need the fuller. Damn. That's okay. Now they look trippy. We're going to take the side fullers and move them inward. Almost. We're going to take the blend out. Oh, that's not the blend. That's the blend. No blend for here. Center line. It's narrower. We're going to cheat by depolishing these fullers. So it looks like we have more lines than we do. And then we'll take the polish down, because we actually want that to stop right there. Ooh. I don't know if you can see it, but there's actually a line going all the way down. If you leave it up too high, it will stay high. And then we're going to put another one on. Slightly different. I will see your gnome attempt. Redid the basket on the saber, the fencing styles. Hold on a second. First time I've coughed all day. What the fuck is happening here, actually? Okay. It's you. I see. I'm gonna do that so I can do cross-section all the way down. Where'd that blend? There's another cross-section. There are 2 cross-sections. No, you're supposed to be there. Where's the blend coming from? What are you? You're a different cross-section. Oh, the blend's up here. No need for blend. Hush, blend. Go to sleep. Is there a way to put 2 quill and block without the line being shows? Just sync them a little. Use period and comma on American keyboards. Oh. I see. I see. I'm gonna do a thing. Yes. Nope, not you. Shrink. Shrink away. And then, back over to blade abilities, we are going to put down another blade fuller. Ooh. Distinct. Very important that it is distinct and separate from the other one. And then we're going to do side fullers. These ones are going to be nice and wide. Ooh, why are you being weird? Fuller, all the way up. All the way? You know, up to about here. Side fullers, these need to be wider, so this section needs to be narrower because center fullers will always override side fullers. And we want these to be semi-even. There we go, looking better. Wow, you cross-section up top. Let's take this down to here. Oh, the blend. The blend is doing it. No blend. No blend. That polish is in the way. Oh, it's the polygon thing. We're doomed. Good. Those are more even than they were. That is good. We need to make this fuller here. Side fullers. There we go. And these fullers. Right, I'm gonna cheat a little bit, so we're gonna. Oh, that's why. So we gotta do this out. Why is that blend still there? Hiss, I say. This is because this needs to be in the middle. And this is what defines that. So this needs to be in the middle of whatever it's supposed to be in the middle of. There we go. We can cheat a little bit. And this cross-section near the tip comes down. It's kind of glitchy. Sometimes you get horror gemming. Send me the words so I can see it. Because there's a couple other things to try, and I'll talk about them as I do. There we go. That's a bit closer to Chinkadea. I don't know about the width and thickness on this one. And normally you'd have 5 fullers in the bottom, but we can't do that in Bladesong yet. Let's take a look at your gnome tech you were saying. So I see a bit of it. That's pretty normal. That's pretty standard, actually. Very standard. I'm going to do the unspeakable thing and look at the back of the build. Yeah, that's pretty normal. There's actually a thing you can do here. Let me grab the dragon blood. So we have dragon blood, purple, dragon blood, purple, dragon blood, purple, dragon blood, purple. So it's every second one. So it's dragon blood, dragon blood, dragon blood, That one is purple. Yes, good. Wait. What the fuck? What am I doing? Yes. Okay, good, good. No, we're still in order. Dragon blood. Dragon blood. And purple, right. Now you got just something different on your fucking gems going. In fact, the point where you do anything over and over, it looks like it's on purpose. What did I just do? Yeah. That's not showing up. By the way, you could do this to every one of them. That's good. That's a really good start. You understand an antenna going up the blade, and you have a purpose for it, which I don't think anyone has ever done. This is also a really nice handle. I like this a lot. I'm going to send it back to you with the slightly different cross guards. Or not cross guards, slightly different fullering and cross section. But yeah, that's good.
If you want to take a look at the basket.
Look at the basket after this. Paste magic words. Conjure. Better. Still has the quillons coming out above the basket, but better. Yeah, looks fine. Oh, you're saying the quillen block. You were trying to get this to do the thing. Right. I see. It's one or the other, isn't it? I get both? Does that mean these are tapered? I need to do some science to figure this one out. That should be the right direction. And if it's not, I'll just put on another one below. More historical blades to make, you should look into falchions, especially the Elmsley typology. James Elmsley himself is on the Discord. And he will talk, although he's more active in the Swords Discord. How the fuck? Oh, okay, it's going that way. Let's green that one. And what if we green this one? So it's north siding. So I go this one here. It's S. Opposite problem. Yeah, opposite problem. Weird. Why it do that? Does it stay that way all the way through? If I go... Does that mean it bulges? Because that's on the bottom arm. And now it's on the top arm. Why? I think that might be a bug. This is one of their older pieces. Oh, here's another thing I can do to test and see what's going on. I need to be farther out, I think. So I want to see... What do I want to see from this? This is this one. This is the one I want. from underneath. No sign of bulge on either of them. There's no hooking, rather. We're gonna have to do some shenanigans here. No sign of hooking. So, put you to the side. Ah. These things are significantly bigger than they look. They're giant rectangles around this. Where the fuck did you come from? There we go. Down. Down. Over. That should be right. I'm gonna need to over, and that should be fine. And rise and sink. Let's sink it. Oh, too much. So its texture is looking flat. Oh, is it not? There is the tiniest gap. Where's my hard point? There it is. If I drain down a bit. No, I'm not seeing a gap at all. Not on the edge here, at least. Which I should be seeing, because I'm dead on. Let's rotate this. I'm not sure why that's happening. Oh. Oh, it's connected to the wrong one, that's why. So this is technically a top-down light from below. And what I'm trying to do with it... Why is it not... Oh, because it's not big enough. Bring large dot. There we go. I'm trying to see if there's a line. So there should be a divot right here where there's no light. So this isn't a height map thing. This is a texture thing. This isn't a... Huh. Is it a material thing is the next question. Nope, steel has it too. See, most of the steels blend together. That is bizarre. And if I do even the slightest shrink, it flips the other way. That one, see, we can see the... there's a gap right here. So this is bigger than this. But this isn't bigger than this. There's no gap right underneath my mouse there. Angle my camera. No gap. Slight gap. No gap. I think there's no gap. What we'll see if I make it grow is it'll get bigger. See how there's a big gap? That is pixel in line. That's pixel out of line. Pixel out of line, pixel in line. I don't think that's fixable. Not in the current thing. Not with this block, anyway. I would perhaps then recommend using the ridge block. Does the ridge block do it? Ridge block has the same problem. Oh, yeah. Good luck, local Serb. One of the two Balkans I know. Let's see. So yeah, that, unfortunately, I think that's unsolvable. Maybe the later ones will do it. Oh yeah, look, this one. This one does it fine. Oh, there's still a little bit. Can I just do a little... They all do it a little tiny bit. Although I think just then I got one that fully match in. Oh, because it's fully hidden, that's why. Huh. Odd problem to have. Oh, that's as far back as it's letting me go. Huh. Huh. Where's that green? Goodbye, green. Alas, not much I can do on that front. You fixed it? Excellent. I don't know if you missed that last bit, but I don't think that's a fixable problem right now. That appears to be a texture bug, and I would submit that as a bug report. Make sure that you show Shift S, Shift W, and it's dead even is the thing when it's on this level here, when it's matched. You can even take the clip. Oh, there's the horror gem. This is technically the perfect, and it's still getting that. Most parts will blend. I don't know why that one's not doing it. At least I think most parts will blend. Now, Isabel, you said you fixed your basket. This is good. Having so many people in chat is helping with my reading comprehension, which can be bad sometimes when it comes to chat. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help more. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's a Quillen block. What the... Wait, is this new? Oh, that's new. When the fuck we get that? I was like, what the fuck shape is that? That definitely helped a lot. How's our balance looking? Still fine? Balance is still fine. False edge is fine. Everything good. Yeah, she's looking good there now. Get there, buddy? You'd be able to slay a whole bunch of people in that there? My people's accent. One of them. We have like 20 set. The fuck? No, I'm not gonna look at it. I ain't gonna point it out. We have 27 regional dialects, and all the accents are bad. Varying levels of bad. Which, welcome. Yeah, send me... Okay, you got the magic words there. Perfect. Messer than less Naginata. Let's take a look. Yeah, that happens. You're doing the best with the stuff you got, and it's pretty good, actually. That was a good saber. It was better than some of mine. I see. I see. I know what's happening here. So Naginata, I don't think ever have a clip point. Ever. I see why you're doing it. Well, what we can do here... Taper thickness. One side with that curvature, and like a very short curvature here, right in the middle of this, just off the side of this, which is right where I have this, and we're gonna go. That's thickness, not width. Find that curvature again. You. Next one over. Ooh, right around there, and we're going to go down, and we're going to blend it. Down. Oh, one side. There we go. On top of that, do many naginata have a rikaso? I don't think they do. Usually they go right down through the hibaki. Not necessarily sharpened, but edged. Naginata blade. Hopefully get one that's in its, not in its furniture, per se. Let's see. Yeah, they're almost all the way down. Oh god, what the fuck is this website? Get me out of here. Ugh. It had what I wanted, but not how I wanted it. In Wikipedia. Yeah, those are even all the way down. Where's chat? Where's chat? Yay! You can... Oh, once you start getting clever with abilities, once you know what they do, you're just like, ooh, cross-section all the way down. Do they have Hibaki? I'm pretty sure they have Hibaki. But I could be wrong. Yeah, they have a Hibaki. Give me a good one. Yeah, they got Hibaki. What you can do with that is... Oh. Once again, with the Gnome Tech. Gnome Tech is our friend. But, oh, you've got a bit of Gnome Tech already in there. Perfect. I'm going to point it back up the blade for a reason that'll become obvious in a moment. Wait for the bump. I think that's the bump there. Now we take the hex. Can I do strong taper? Can I do inverse taper? Oh no, strong taper is better. Because I'm going to be doing it this way. Come on. You'll see what I'm doing in a moment. I actually do want straight, don't I? Just normal hex grip. Whoop. Oh, how dare you. Shift. That's about as low as it can go. I'm actually going to shrink it a tiny bit more. Hey. And brass. What else can we do here? They have an inverse taper. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna narrow the blade a bit by changing the thickness, not thickness, change the width back down, and then taper width. I'm going to put another taper width. Ooh. Really wish I had a hotkey for that. Taper width here, and I'm going to taper it back out. Oh, double side. Not too much. Just enough to keep the blade geometry. Oh, we got a little tiny bit of work to bring this back a little more. Huh. Keep that even. I'm actually going to back off the taper width out here, and we'll do another one-sided. Will we do another one one-sided, or can I just do one-sided, take the blend off entirely? One moment. Taper width. Yeah, we'll make the taper width one-sided and put it out. It wants to be double-sided, doesn't it? Being a bit of a shit. Yeah, everyone's over here. Thanks for coming by. It's actually looking pretty good there now. Still change that thickness. Change width. Bring it in a little tiny bit more. Oh, you've got these tosses studded. That's hilarious. That's why. So we now have a new way to do Hamon, which works rather well. Hold on, I'm going to grab this taper width here. I'm going to blend it. It's looking a bit more naginata. Copy, paste. Oh, wait. Now this is wrong. There we go. Now it's looking more Naginata. Believe it or not, I actually don't really like VCs. I got a whole thing with phone calls that came up from going through homelessness. Streaming helps a bit, but it's one-sided. Going into voice chats wigs me out a bit. And enter. Oh, blends are so good. And this is not perfect. You can see there's like a little bit more of a swoop in here than there should be. Technically, and I'm not the one to do this, technically there should be a, like the cross section should come up to here. And I forget how the others do it. Might just be change of width on this side. Kind of. That's a little too wide. And that blend doesn't quite work down there on that point. Whoop. There we go, though. All right. Yeah, if I hop in VC, then people start hopping in VC, but every now and then you'll get somebody in. Usually they're playing, oh, what's it called? Helldivers. Usually they're playing Helldivers. Back to that Fliss. This is why I say we take pictures of everything we do. Is it you? It's you. Flissa. Northern Africa, Algeria, Berber. Algiers, Berber, Kabyle. Kabyle, I'm not entirely sure. I want this. So we need that 30. This is so weird. The spine needs to be 1.3. 1.35, I think it was. I'll accept 1.34. And then it tapers super fast. That's our we got our blend here somewhere. But it's still got a 30 centimeter cross section, and it's a sharp sword. So I'm wondering. Yeah, it's only supposed to be 1.3 at the widest, but it's got a very significant bump and a cutting edge the entire way up. I'll take that off. Every now and then you'll see this happen, this little ridge. And usually that's another ability. Sometimes it's the point. Yeah, see how the point stops the entire way down? Because there's a point on the back. I just need to bring this up to here. And then we got a shelf, which is part of not having a cross section. Which I'll get to in a moment. You flatten this out by pulling this cross section back. Which is how I get the slant. I see. That gives me a full slant. I'm gonna do that all the way down. Fuck is my cross section? Does I have another one down here somewhere? Oh, this one's coming all the way down, that's why. We're going to cut that one off here. Move it in ever so slightly. It's being a jerk about it. There we go. Need this to be like here, just so I can get at the lines. And this one needs to be up higher. Okay, let's see. We still working on this. I think this point needs to go down. Because it's a narrow point. It just goes for a while. They take the point off. Why does it look like it's curving? That's curving. That's the taper. I have an inverse taper, don't I? Double-sided. That should be one-sided. Do I have another one? What's double-sided? What's causing that hook? Cross-section? No. Why? Why a hook? How hook? You, narrow grind. Blend? Blend. Narrow grind blend. Which I don't think I need at all. But we will, again, put the point back on it. Now I know what's interfering. The point is very much just enough here. Cross section. Blend it in. Not that far. Thickness. Why is my thickness going away? It's because the point on this is so long. That's all the way down there, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's just bad management on my part. Continue. What am I doing? Back here. Change thickness. So right around here, it'll start decreasing on this side of the blade. Beep. Anchor 5, I think that's the straight one. Yeah, that'll do. And then... yeah, now I can just try the point, can't I? Let's try the point from here. Is that going? How's that going? That should be fine. And how's our tip? Everything down here is still too low. It's got to be up here. And I think I need to do a change width. This is one of the most challenging swords I've ever done. I think this change width needs to happen greater here. And then have more of a point. Not that much of a point. We do a straight. That's better. And it's still at... it's 420. That's so wide. Why is it saying it's so little in the Reddit thread? What the fuck? Oh god, the tip is actually longer. That is... where's the widest point? That one doesn't have as much of a horn as many of the other ones do. This one actually comes down here. There's even more point. Where's this point? Where's this point? Even more point. That does bring it up a bit. God, that's so thick. How come the balance isn't going up? Is it the brass? Might be the brass. How thick is this grip? Not very. That's probably what it is, too. We're going to make the grip a little thinner overall. Make this a little thinner overall. New riser. Risers hide secrets. And we'll... Oh. How are we doing? We're at 1 kilogram, so we're 5 grams over. And our point of balance is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6. So that's what it was, is my handle was too big. I'm gonna have to narrow that down more at the tip. Like this taper in the back. Now grind. Change width on the back. I need another change width on the back. How many do I have? Not actually that many. Blend 4? I think it's a straight line. There we go. Now we have a little bit of... I'm gonna just take the length down. I'm just gonna... Bit thickness. That was the new change width, was it? It's the back point. I gotta up the back point. And up this point, just a tiny bit. There we go, now it's looking right. And we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 out of 30. What do I make smaller? If I replace this whole structure with a Bakunawa, does that work? Bakunawa. Alright, small. It is a rather small grip. Needs to be slightly bigger than that. Can we brass it? Because that's past it now. That's 2, 4, 5. That's exactly 30 if it's steel. But it needs to be brass, because it is brass. That's still pretty much on point. God, that's tiny. Now we're at 25. This needs to be longer. Now we're at 28. It's still a 95 centimeter blade, which is fucking long for something like this. That's supposed to bulge a bit more. Which, like, if I add this, I lose centimeters per gram. I think 27 is going to be fine. Ah, it's losing so much sharpness, though. How are my cross sections doing? That's not the button I'm trying to press. This is the button I'm trying to press. Thickness is still 0.7. So I think we can do... There's our change thickness. Do we have a taper thickness? We have a taper thickness here. It drops down really fast, but it gets to about here. Will that push my balance down too far? Balance is down to 22. God damn. This is a bit of a weird sword. I don't understand. Oh yeah, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be here for a little bit longer. Until I gotta go out and fucking see if I can afford a tire change. Why? So we're short mass. The mass is supposed to be 957 millimeter blade, 950 grams. I don't understand where it's getting the mass from. Oh, dropped a cup. It is a very broad... Okay, this is... Okay. That might be it. This... Cross-section. Change width. U. Wrong one. You on the side. You need to be straight. Like, pretty much straight out from here. So you're blend 4 and you're blend 2. Can we do blend 4 here as well? Is that closer? 93. Point of balance 26. 26.7, 23. We still need more. Oh, I can get it to 28 if I do that. Oh, 26.7, sorry. 27 for there. That's a hard one. Oh, I know what I can do. How long is the fuller? The fuller comes up all the way to the center of the bump. But it's interrupted fuller. So I take this fuller here, I move it down. That changed 0.01 grams, or 0.01 centimeters. How many grams is it? Not even a gram. That's supposed to be all the way up there. Where is it getting its mass from? Okay, hold on. This is shorter and straight, and actually kind of narrower. Do I have a narrower one? This is the narrowest we're going to get. And this is actually without the riser. Kind of funny, it just joins in. This is longer, but it is slimmer. We're at 24 again because this isn't slim enough. It needs to be that thick. This is supposed to be, again, it's supposed to be straight. I can bend it a little bit. Balance is at 27 there. We're looking good. And this mounts straight to it. No riser whatsoever. Can I corrode that a little bit? Let's do silver. And polish slightly more. Is that silver? That'd be wild if that was silver. Wow, I lost 8 millimeters of balance. That's 27. I think I'll call that close enough. I do still want to adjust that cross-section. Where the fuck is chat gone? Chat's right here. Done with the sweeps? Yeah. Done with the sweeps. Done with your brother. See, he's doing what a brother's job is, which is to challenge you in ways that you will never be challenged in other ways in your life. You need to overcome the challenges with your brother so that you can be successful in the real world. The real world. I say, like, my brother can absolutely destroy me. It's kind of unfair. Where are these blends coming from? This blend? So it is your job as a... It was your younger brother, right? Your brother. Ah. If it's your younger brother, it is your job to teach him that that's wrong. And an excellent way to do that is with an armbar. You're the younger brother. Well, see, now you have to prove to your older brother that he's getting old. So an armbar is the way to go again. Ooh, can I move this up? I get more mass. My mass. I think that's as good as we're going to get. It's still a little too wide by like almost a full centimeter. But that's as good as I'm getting it. Ah, then he is teaching you that it's time to get jacked. Also that it's definitely time to enlist the help of your parents. Because non-zero chance they paid for that laptop. And they don't want to have to pay for another one. It's cross-section. Why can't I drag this? It's because the other cross-sections are cutting it off. Oh. So it's you. A little bit more here. You a little bit more. What is this guy's deal? There we go. Take the blend away. There we go. If I round the spine in the back here, actually. It's cross-section up front. Yeah, so if I add another one. Cross-section. Enlist him in the military. Ooh, that's a fun one. If I bend this out, bring it down. Why can't I bring this down? Narrow grind, right. I can't round to the back of it because it's narrow ground. I do that right up to the balance. Blend it. Then everything past the balance will have more, right? What are we at? 27.12. Ah, that narrow grind is really fucking with me. Can I put a side fuller? Rounded one side. As wide as it can possibly be. I'm being thwarted by my cross section I just added. Normally that wouldn't be there, but narrow grind doesn't actually play with fullers like it's supposed to. How am I at now? I've gained a single 0.1 of a gram. I actually gain more if I don't have it at all. Oh no, that's 25. 24. Good as I'm gonna get. Don't know the fuck's gonna go down here. So I'm actually going to delete. That was a cross section. Do you want to delete that? Side fillers, delete. That's what's on the go there. It's just things to do as fun pranks. Enlist your brother in the military. I am bothered by that. Oh, cross section, first cross section, very first cross section. 26. I did the opposite of what I wanted to do. Prankless arm. That's a good one. I can't believe I've never heard that one. Oh, is this shelving? No, we're good. It's a little bit of shelving, but it's not. Oh, that's very noticeable. Cross section where? You? Why still shelving? Is the pointability on this back of the blade, is that what's causing it? No, it's not. I'm confused. Oh, this cross section's also doing something. What do you even do? What are you here for? Eh. This is still so thick all the way up here, but it needs to be. And it's this cross section here. Are you supposed to? You're supposed to be below. I'll take that one out too. Our balance is up. 27.27. Is this still shelving? It's shelving a little bit. That's the point on the back, guaranteed. It is not. What is doing this? Oh. Actually, so if I just get rid of this cross section for the most part, it goes. Oh, that's better. And we're up by 0.01 grams. And it still looks fine. If I move that fuller down... No, that fuller doesn't add enough. I'm gonna have to call it. Because I can't see how to get the balance up that high while keeping the mass, the length, and the shape reasonable. I don't even have the shape reasonable. This is way too broad. Ooh, let's take a look. Ooh, forgot to take a picture. And leave. And here we go. Oh. No, wait. Ah, it's too late. I've got it now. Already better. It's not fixed yet? Okay. Share me the words when it is fixed. One of the blocks, I did see that. One of the blocks was still there. Delete. Naginata, delete. Radari, delete. How are you? That was the rapier again. What else do I got here? Shinkadea, delete. We'll keep the Viking sword. What are you? Rapier again. We're gonna slowly work our way down. Deleting all the random bullshit, because I have, like, so much. Delete. Delete. Oxtail's fine. Magnum opus. Delete. What are you? That's Ethel's that Ethel's working on. And beautiful shield. It's still, it's small, right? So it's only 35 centimeters this way, roughly. maybe 40, which is arm size. Oh my god. I think I know what she's doing. Be wild if she does it. Positively wild if she does it. She might be going for a lantern shield. Let's see, that was that one. Torch here. Light of Arturia. What was this one? Just a block. We'll turn it into something. We don't have Tulware Hilt. Actually, I won't. I think I'm probably gonna call it in a little bit. Oh. That was you. What are you? Also just a block. On the blocks. Tell me when you got it. So I think I already saw a change I can make. But it is harder to describe than it is to do. Dari again. These are the ones I've done this playtest from. Oh, from here. Change and Pass, my version. Haunted Sword, Luck and Pluck is somebody else's. What are you? You're the Nameless Sword. I got records that I did that. I don't need to take that. Jack's hunting knife. Whose hunting knife was this? I don't remember having this. It was neat though. Oh, check this out. When you get patterns like this, on one, there we go. It goes this way. You can go black, black. And then glow. You get little eye patterns. Ooh. I'm stuck on something. What? How? I don't have things to get stuck on. Oh, that's why. The spring from one of my fans that broke apart. It's wrapped up in my cords. Where are we? We're down here. Jack's hunting knife. Goodbye! Sword. Whose sword? Tassa's. Tassa's sword. We were looking at engravings on this. Because for some reason, bronze goes really dark on this. Brass is fine. Yeah, bronze is practically black. And it is black if it's on the side. Or very close to it. If I rotate the light with the L key and change the lighting angle with the lighting button, you get a couple of angles where it's not black. For the most part, it's significantly darker than it needs to be. I could delete the cube, though. Sword. Change and Pass, Luck and Pluck with somebody else's again. Which I helped change. One of the people that entered theirs into the competition entered one of the ones that I had modified, so it was technically a collaboration. But they did more to it afterwards, so it's probably fine. Crowning Glory, who did this one? This is Ethel's. Ah, it's so nice, it's so elegant. It's just, like, it's right in that realm of a fantasy longsword. A little too thick. If I were to change this, and I will, simply just bring the thickness down a bit. Addressing the file sharing. That's a good question. I mean, that's what that's what Bladesong is doing. Thing is that they're randomly generated syllables. There we go. All right, so there is something I think we can do here. And I'm wondering if it is worth doing. Nothing else is anchored to that block, is it? It's just equivalents? No, okay, good. So what we'll do, we'll take a hexagonal, where's the hex? There it is. Hexagonal grip. You'll see the vision in a moment. And even then... Oh, we're down to Tinyville, are we? Yay. That's fine. That way you can get your finger up over it easier. Oh, control, click. Control, click. Needs to be a bit wider than that and a bit longer. If I could bend this ever so slightly. Oh, you poor soul, you did Shift D. Control Z. And the thing is that you can use W and S while you're holding onto the sphere. New way to do addresses all over the world? Oh god, that's disgusting. Yeah, sure, let's just naturally limit our information capability. Arbitrarily limit our information capability. I bet he's a corpo. I bet he's doing, oh, that's the one. There. And then this one, tap. And tap. Now I'm invested. Once you get invested in sweeps, you're just here forever. I don't think I'd be able to fit my hand in that. Got it. Call that good. Let's do the thing. All that just to get that out of the way. Yeah. Sweeps are like a different flow state. Once you're in there, you're in there. It's even. Right to here. There we go. There we go. It's a little high on the balance. Why is it a little high on the balance? I fixed it. Get your finger up over this. Maybe. I think what you had originally was still good, though. I'm not going to bother sending you these words back because it is now time for me to take off. Thank you all for coming. I hope to see you again Saturday, most likely. Oh, 5-hour stream, 4.5-hour stream. Oh, and I am tired of standing and my voice is starting to give out. So yeah, I will see you again soon. Oh god, you hear it just going? It's just going. Scenes. Controls. Done. Oh, before I go, yep. I'll send the words. I'm not necessarily saying this is the best option for you, but yeah. I was just thinking about getting your finger over the guard here, but maybe that's not the right thing to do. Let's see. Thank you so much for coming. Scenes done. Controls stop streaming. Bye. That was a good stream. That was a good stream. Like $6.